Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna try and get that volume just right. Both for me and for you. Yeah, it looks okay. Oh boy. This feels very weird because normally when I'm working, I don't really work while talking, so I have to remind myself that this is a workday stream for me, but I have to stream while working, which is very weird to me. I don't really get it. I do have coffee with me today though, because I think it might help me get in the mindset of working, maybe. I think the problem I have is the only concern I'm trying to fight myself through is I have to listen to my own music for a while, for this whole time, because I don't have any other copyright, like, you know, copyright free music on hand. And I own this, so Alright. So we'll preface by saying it is a work in progress, and I plan on using at least, like, I'm gonna modify the assets, but I don't really want to go too far away from the RPG Maker stuff, just because I actually do really like this particular era, like, that this evokes. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's because it always feels like early 2000s pixel RPGs, you know, 90s to 2000s. It feels like something from a certain era. Alright, how's it going today? Hope things are well. Let's see. So yeah, this is the game I'm working on. Current title is Madman's Dice. Maybe by the time it's over, we'll see if the title stays the same. Usually, the title comes with the game idea. But I don't tend to... With Red Genie, I didn't change it at all. I think I tweaked the wording a little bit. So I figured that having the game title and then an Eidola Tale was a good marker for games versus books. But we'll see. We'll see if that changes, because there's always the chance that I change my mind at some point. So I didn't really draw up any plans for what I wanted to get done today. I didn't really draw up any, I didn't come up with a checklist of here's what I want to get done at today's stream in terms of work. I think I wanted to stick to as little typing as possible, essentially. So that would to me implicates that I'm going to be doing level design rather than doing any overt, like, typing and stuff. Not too bad. Can't wait to finish work and rest a bit. Midway through shifts, kind of starting to not feel 100%. I feel that. Yeah, I had a very, like, I had a weekend where this weekend was pretty good. I got to sit and rest a little bit, but I also had a fair bit of, I had a fair bit of the vibes fade. Like, the vibes were fading a little by the end, just because I had to spend the weekend I spent the weekend unwinding, but it didn't 100% work. It was just kind of, it was good, but it wasn't 100% what I needed. But it was, because I think it might have behooved me to do something a little bit more active, but it works out. Yeah, so I'm playing my own music. Maybe this will be I feel like this stream is gonna be the best advert I ever do for myself for my music, because I can sit and listen to it all for hours. Actually, I found out that apparently the current music here is, apparently this music is about 4 hours. So if it loops, then I know that we ended up going through all of it. We'll see though. So yeah, I'm doing RPG Maker again. Mostly because I've gotten comfortable with it. Do you have any plans for Easter Day? Not yet. I haven't figured out what... I do plan on streaming that night. But I haven't... I know that I'm supposed to be... It's really bad. They scheduled me for another CT scan for my ear thing that day at like 4 p.m. for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But... it's okay. But yeah, otherwise I'm gonna try my best to keep it simple on that day. Let's see. I know one of the things from the last game I did, like, a lot of people wanted more interactables, which I get that. But it is also, it's it's this particular part of my brain that says not everything needs a text description. So I've been trying to, whenever I go to like, whenever I'm working on a room, I try to find the things that are the most important to describe, and I start throwing events on it. But yeah, it's not like it's not the craziest ever. I just realized that we're gonna have the hotbars there, but that's fine. That's fine. Can I turn that off? News and interest. Can I turn that off? Can I turn that part off? Turn off. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. That's good. Mall's closed that day here, so we have that day off as the department's one day off for the week. Oh, that's nice. Also, I guess just so for everybody, these gold squares are actually they're not going to stay in these rooms at all. The plan is, I'm using it as like bookmarking, so I know which rooms are supposed to be level entrances as they are. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm making a collection of short stories and packaging them as a singular game. And they're all connected by the fact that like it's like an anthology. It's like an anthology book where it's all stories with the player as the main character, but they're all supposed to be pretty separate. So I'm trying to, and separate, I mean like you can play this one, save, and then when you come back to this one, I don't want to try and force the player to remember every little detail. Like if they remember some main points, then that's fine. Like, you know, through lines through each story, that's fine. But I'm also messing with a new system. I have this lighting engine, and that's pretty cool. I'm actually kind of excited about the lighting engine stuff because it's really, really well done. It's it's by Shora, and the Shora lighting system for RPG Maker MV is really freaking cool. It's really good. There are some peculiarities with it, which I think at this point I'm just going to accept that they're not something I can fix per se. It's just, okay, with this in mind, I have to stylize things in a certain way to make it look the way I want it to. Which is kind of how I work with RPG Maker in general, is that I tend to work within what is possible with the system, and I don't tend to do a lot of hyper custom stuff. Mainly just because I like doing it. I like to focus more on the level design and the stuff within, rather than trying to get too crazy outside of it. The JavaScript is also pretty lightweight, so that's why I like it more. This level I've been working on the most so far. I kind of figure that this is the hub world. This is where I say hub world. It's like the text says hub world, but it's more like how would I put it? It's like it's sort of the way that this area is supposed to function is it's sort of like Mario 64's castle, where it's really it's supposed to be the hub for reaching the stories for reaching each level. So, and current plan is 13 levels. Oh yeah, I do have the 13 levels, and I have like a 14th one sort of planned. The key is that I don't actually know if it'll be in or not. It's one of those things where I'm gonna try and see what I can do with it. We have a testing room as well. I've been testing some mechanics and art stuff over here. I've been trying out some stuff. This is actually one this hallway is a mechanic that I could probably show it off right now because it's probably one of my favorite things. Starting position for player, playtest, changes. But I guess I'll showcase this just because it's like at least showing off like the lighting engine as well, like what I'm doing with it rather. And I also I'm also working with I have a lot of Yawnfly plugins in here. I have a lot of Yawnfly plugins set up because they're very good. They're very robust plugins. Is it playtesting? Oh, there it goes. Took a little bit there. I imagine since I'm streaming, my computer might be a little bit more perturbed with me or doing this stuff. All right, I'll move with let's see, values are set. Very cool. Okay. I do need to use I should have plugged in my controller. I could use that for walking and stuff. Flashlight was found. One thing I did find is that the default asset is for flashlights in this is just this cone section. Oh, you know what? It's not capturing my cursor, is it? Wow. Oh well. Let me go get that really quick. Light capture properties. There we are. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's my hand. So, right here, like this section, this conical section was with flashlights. This is the only thing that was there originally. I found that with the way that I wanted to do lighting in this is that I prefer that the player has at least a little halo around them so that they can still see themselves. But it also, I think it worked well for this particular game. I think it'll work nicely to have this. So we have these switches are for testing the lighting engine. For example, I can turn this to black. I think this is where like the darkness is really cool because it's really dark. Look at that. Ooh. But we can also change the colors to some other ones. They have some defaults, like night is the one we were just at. Yeah, there it is. It's a lot brighter than it's weird to describe like brightness like that, but so daytime, ooh, that gets bright. So daytime basically means that you can see that the flashlight is still, you can sort of see it's still there, but it is very faint. I think with that, I'm kind of tempted to I've been tempted to make it so that the flashlight, the idea is that I'll swap the item out so that you still have a flashlight in your inventory, but because the way that the system works is that if you have the flashlight item in your inventory, then you always have the flashlight on, and I don't want it to always be on, so I have the thought that I'll swap the items in and out as necessary to allow the player to be able to be in daytime without this slight ghosting. Okay, let's set it back to black for now. I'm gonna use black for indoor this particular setting for indoor settings because I like this more for inside buildings because when you're outside there is ambient occlusion. So using I'll showcase it again just so people can see it. Because I think this night is better for genuine nighttime because when it's actually night out, there is some light, you know, like moon, there's this, you know, like ambient, there's ambient light still out. I think it's very rare to get like pitch darkness unless it's cloudy or, you know, otherwise really dark. And also it's nice to have, I think having this night light level of light is going to be nice, or at least having it available. Also, you can actually turn off the lighting entirely. I forgot that this shadow here is just the RPG Maker Engine shadow. I have to manually draw and redraw it if I want a level to have it. So I'm definitely going to be messing with it more and more based on what I think I need. It is nice that I can basically create like, you know, tint with that, but yeah, this is a truck. Yeah, these trucks don't have collision. They're kind of sad. I think it's right here that they have collision because that's where the object is, the event. So that's pretty cool, but let's see. Also, you can hear that I'm making like footstep sounds. I might pause that for a moment, just so I can showcase the audio of this. So we have these footstep sounds that I figured this would be good for this game. I thought for Red Genie, I think I'm still right that I prefer that there wasn't footstep sounds when you're just walking everywhere, because I think in that game I wasn't really feeling it because there isn't that. I think it was because I was thinking of Game Boy games where a lot of Game Boy games didn't do that, but I think with this game it'll be worth it to have the footstep sounds. Speaking of, so there's this is the testing for. Sorry if that spooked anybody, but these sounds are set up to specifically test footstep sounds because I haven't implemented the sounds for each step type. Most services are probably going to use the one I set for default. That's why you make it a default, but yeah, so we're looking at this so far. And I'm liking it so far. I'm liking what I got so far. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit just because it's a little loud for me. There we go. Yeah, I think for me, I like to I run music really quietly when I'm working if I have music on. Not a big fan of doing it really, really loud. Gotta remember that coffee. Don't want it to get cold on me. Oh boy, let's see. What do we got? So what do I gotta do? What's the goal? What do I gotta do? Did I start this at all? No, I didn't. No, I did not. I did not start that at all. That's great. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to... So, when I do math... I have an idea for this library level. Because I have an unofficial level guide in my written down. You know, sort of like, here's the order you're supposed to do the chapters. And it's like chapter 1, chapter 2. I think it's chapter 3 is this one, I think. Yeah, it is. So 3, 1, 2, 3. Is this one 4 or 5? This one is... Oh, no, it's 6. Yeah, so I have 6 levels on the first level. So basically, you clear this floor, and then you do all 6 stories here, and then you get the door... You get the keys for the second floor over here. I haven't really figured out where each story is going to kick you back to when you're done. It's kind of like... I think I'm going to make it so you come through the door. Because you go through a door, and then you pop out where the story is. So I think it would be cool to have the... Having it so that you come back out through the door that you come in through. I think that would be neat. I'm not sold on it yet. I also am thinking it might just be... Might be that you just start at the beginning of the manor of this hub world every single time. This one again? Void Singer. Oh, I haven't heard this one in a while. It's been a while since I wrote this one. Sounds like a Loop Hero song. It really is. I think I must have been playing Loop Hero or something. So I like this. I think this sound quality really stuck in my head for a long while. A bit crushed the goofy out of it. So yeah, we have floors. I have this huge library area. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it like this. I like it though. I think just having a comically large room makes me happy. Not sure why though. Alrighty. So in RPG Maker, the thing that most people talk about is I prefer making buildings the actual size of their interiors, because I'm more of a fan of having a space feel as real as possible. But the thing with RPG Maker that is weird is because it's slightly, it's at that slight angle, viewing, because these walls go up, right? So we have these walls, and this is a angled look at a wall, and this is from like the top, like, it's at an askew angle so that you can see things at this size and scale. So there have been times where I've had to just say, okay, this building, I have to increase its internal size. I think in RPGs, it's always better that a building is larger on the inside than the reverse, making it so it's smaller on the inside, or if the outside's very large, and then the size inside doesn't quite match the grandeur. I think that can be very off-putting for a lot of people because it looks wrong. The main thing is that the proportions of the building are the same. It's like, so say it's like with this one, for example, I'm doing this library. It's going to be longer. It's going to be longer going. Like the way I want to do it is that it's long this way, but I also want I want it to go back a bit of a ways past this point, which does remind me I should probably extend this so it's like the roof. You can't see the full top of the roof. I don't even think you can see this point though from ground floor, because the camera is going to be here. Yeah, you can't even see it. Yeah, the other thing is that camera angles make a big part of what needs to have a lot of attention on it. I do plan on, I think I might need to just write over, like, I'm probably gonna end up having to get a good font to figure out how to write over this. But I want to draw a different font so I can have like I want to have it to be like, not sure what the library's name is going to be, but I want one side of it to say library and not just books. As funny as it is to have 2 signs saying books, I'd rather it be something like, library or something. But I need to make special stuff for that, because you need to edit for that. And some of it's just going to be me finding what isn't being used and cutting it out so I can replace it. Which is actually true for a lot of the art here. The Be a Surprise Fox somewhere as an Easter egg. Oh yeah, definitely. It's funny because I had the realization that whenever I do short story work, I basically figured out how I organize stories. And it's that I put all of my high fantasy work in one world. I put my sci-fi stuff in another world. And then I have I like to call it my short story world, which is basically where all of my short stories live in the same. And they like, I won't say it's like 100%. This is how it has to be sort of thing, but more of a, this is just how I see it. Oh, it's the cover I wrote earlier. Oh, I remember I wrote this. Wait, is it says temp? Do I have another? Wait, do I have two? I have two. I have two here. Is there a difference between these two? I'll find out if this one's good or not. I'll find out if it's. Wait, no, I know it's bad. Wait, hang on. Let me turn off the audio really quick. Let me check something. I'm gonna turn off desktop audio for a moment so I can check something. Oh, I see. So let me remove this one. Delete that one. How to delete? Delete from library only. I just don't want it in the playlist. I just don't want it in this playlist. Okay, let me restart that. Try to make sure. Are there any other songs on here I don't want in this playlist? Are there any I want to add to this playlist? In fact, there's. Wait, this has no Red Genie music. What the heck? Why do these have stars? Why? How did these get stars? I have like it's my music. How does that even work? Hang on, let me grab some Red Genie music. Files, audio, music. Oh, there's the OST stuff. Oh, that's right. Is Battle Theme 1 in here? Battle Theme 1 extended to library. Added to this though. It is? Yeah, it is. Cool. I do want to add, I did at least want to add one or two. We'll just add one or two. There we go. Very cool. All right, continue. Okay, now we're good. Yeah, I plan on putting a fox in here for sure. I definitely want to have at least one or two. So this level. Thinking about the main thing that I've been kicking around is how do I want to set it up, and the way that my brain has organized the game's like how the game works is that I kind of want to see what I can do with later chapters to break the formula that I'm going to end up creating inevitably. Is that it's player enters space, gets time to explore a space before we change anything, and then we kick off the story. We kick off the story of this. We kick off the story of this, like the spooky part. We kick off the horror section. The moment that the player finds, so I'm working on the idea that the player is going to be searching for pages of a book, and the idea is that it's going to be basically you explore an area till you find this thing. And then from that point forward, until the story ends, basically you've turned on the danger, essentially. Not in that way, but you know what I mean. Everyone knows what I mean, truly. Let's see. I will say it is. I do like this cover a lot. Then again, I'm a sucker for the song. Played it a couple times in jazz band in high school. It is very nice. Let's see. So I need to figure out how long is this in size? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So it's, you know, I wanted to count individually just to be safe, but so it's, get that really quick. Let's see. So if I with 28, so it's 28 across here. So I have to get out my notebook and write that down because it's like 28. And then how far back does it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's 13. So on map it's 13. I guess if I wanted to be particular, so it's 2 to 1. I could say that the quote-unquote true size of it is 14. So essentially, so for every 2 units that it is long across the bottom, like for every 2x, so essentially for every 2x there should be 1y. Essentially, right? So that's what we're working with, is that it's for every 2x we have 1y. Over there. I'll probably end up using that a lot. Oh, is it playing it again? Oh, because I started the song over, that's why. Oops. Is it? It says it's shuffle, but it's not really shuffling, is it? I'll do. I remember. I wrote that one for. Wrote that one. I wrote that because I was inspired by somebody. I remember. Let's do this one. I like this one. This one's funny. Okay. Let's see. So, if it's 2 for 1, then that means that the size of the map should be the same. Because this is going to be the library's, like, floors. And I can probably just copy the exact specifications each time. So let's start with 28 by 14. Let's see what that looks like ratio-wise. Yeah, so it's the same size as the building on the outside. Oops. There we go. I'm going to change form a lot if I keep typing numbers. So yeah, it's gonna happen a lot, actually. I should just get used to it. Let's see. So that's obviously too small. I think this is kind of easy a space to learn, in my opinion. It's also not a lot of room to work. So one thing that I have learned from working in RPG Maker is generally when you're doing inside buildings, unless it connects physically to another map, where the top of the map here, like say grab a floor, say like we do this, say like we have something like this. Yeah, unless it's going out through the top, what you generally have in a map is you have like basically a ring of black to make up to make it so it's like, oh, this is an inside, this is an interior. And then the only time that breaks is if you have like a wall that makes it, like, you generally want, like, it's kind of like this. Let me build. So you have this. Grab this really quick. Then I'll just do pop, pop, and then grab this. I'll show everybody what I mean. So this is what we're working with in terms of space. So we have this. There we go. This is just like generalization, right? This is just like, okay, generally, this is what we're going to do if we're making a map in RPG Maker. Is you have something like this, where you have if it's an interior building. The way I like to do it personally is that I like to have doors be like, if they go outside, I like doors to be like just this, because you know that it steps into this void, which is outside. So this is what we're working with in terms of proportions, though. So whatever the floor is, it's actually going to be a little bit smaller, like whatever the building's like size. So if I want it to actually be 28, then I guess that would be the key thing, is if I can make this 28 by 14 on the inside, that would be better, because that would be, let's just see that first. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 10 11 12 13 21 22 23 24 25. Wait, 25. Am I stupid? Hang on. I do have a way of keeping count where I do this. I like doing this to keep count if I need to, is I do these little steps. So it's me count in multiples of 2. Let's see, that's 8. Maybe it's because the door's in the wrong the door's in the wrong position. But where the door is kind of is messing with me. You can see that. There we go. There we go. So yeah, this is now, well, let's see, so 1 2 3 4 5 6. So 6, so 6 of these, so that's 12, so it's 24. So let's say we increase the floor by that amount, so it'd be, yeah, the problem, this is something that's actually kind of the tough part of making the building feel right, is also that getting depth proper is a little weird, in my opinion, because you have to, yeah, because if I want 14 tiles of floor space to be, because that would be proportionally correct, it actually means that it has to be a little bit, it has to be taller than our ratios would say. So, you know, I might as well just do some of these. If I'm doing ratio stuff, I can just do that in the notebook right here. I can do that. That's not a big deal. I'll just partition the page. That's fine. All right. So how would I want to do this? I think I'd want to start by, let's see. Let's say I need to draw like a rectangle. I can't draw it for you guys because I'm doing it physically, so I do apologize because I have to like sit and go like, okay, how is this gonna work? So it's 28 on the outside. Well, we want it to be 28 on the inside, 14 on the inside. So 28 across, 14 up for floor. Because the walls don't count, essentially, right? So we want that. So how would we get there like this? Let's see, let's start by increasing this by 2. So width by 30. And then we can just slide. Grab the, we can grab, let's see, where do I want to grab? I want to grab here, I guess. That's fine. Let me do 1, 2. I'll do this really quick. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many do I have now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Let's see, so 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. How did I do this? I'm smarter than this. 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, so it'd be 2 more. It'd be 2 more across. So for my brain's sake, I'll do this really quick so I can remember. So 2 more across. So 32. Let's see if that helped. See if that worked. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll do this real quick so we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that correct? 1, 2, 7. This real quick. So this should be 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So this is now 28 across. And it's like you can tell right away that's like, okay, yeah, this is it's gonna make the building a little bit strange by comparison. Let's see, so 32 by, and then to get 14, it's gonna be a lot deeper. Let's see, so 1, 2, so currently it's not even 3 up yet. Yeah, it's only 2, 3, 4. So we need 4 more, so it'd be plus 6. Yeah, so we need to add 6 to the tiles. Edit, so 32 by 20. Let's see. Do this really quick so we can. I know what it looks like. I just realized it. Foolishness is this that I will allow this to happen. There we go. There we go. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So this is what 28 by 14 would look like if we're doing it by floor space. Honestly, it's not bad. I kind of like it. I'm kind of down for it, to be honest. I think it looks all right. Thinking about it, because I'm staring, you know, I'm like staring at the proportions. Because a lot of good visual design comes from proportions less than the actual content or art, like the poses or the shapes or the architecture. I think the most important thing in architecture for both beauty and functionality is ratios. And the best ratio you can make anything is the golden ratio, which is the golden ratio appears everywhere in nature. I'm gonna make sure I get the number correct because I remember learning about the golden ratio, but golden ratio is mathematical ratio is 1.618. Yeah, so I think we're not really doing that here though, so I probably could do better for that. So theoretically, if I need to resize the library, I would rather resize it So 28 is 28 length is a continuous number. So if I were to do that, calculate that. So it'd be if 1 over 28, let's say for example 1 over 28, or let's see, right now it's 28. Yeah, so let's say, how do I do this? So it'd be, well, no, it wouldn't be 1 over 28. It'd be 1 over 1.618. Essentially, that's the ratio, is 1.618. So let's say 28 is equal to that. So be dividing. So I guess it would be dividing it by that. Let's see if I get a number that looks nice for that. It's 17. 17. I don't know if that would that be right. Let's try 17. Let's try it. If I don't like it, it's like, because the golden ratio, the reason why it's so important is because it's a I don't want to say it's a universality, because I think that might be too far a step in my opinion. Not because it doesn't deserve it, but because I think it is not my place to decide whether or not something can be a universality or just a universal coincidence, but it's probably a universality. At this point, it probably is, because it is kind of that important. Let's find the midpoint of the room. There we go. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Like this. There we go. So 2, 4, 6, 8. It's 2, 4, 6. I'm confusing myself. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Probably should mark this with something. I should probably mark the end of that with something too. 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, there we go. And then I can mark this with a. I'll just mark with. No, not that. Oops. There we go. Something like that. We just need something to marcate the space rather than it being specifically like a. It's gonna look like that. I just want to mark up the space so I can work a little better. Yeah, coffee's still warm, but going a little gross. Yeah, apologies. That was bad. Yeah. So this is what it looks like if we follow the ratio. Honestly, I think this looks... Actually, this does look better. Crap. Of course it does. It's like... There's a reason why it's everywhere in nature, though, because it's appealing to the eyes, and it's also... It's found in a lot of natural formations, you know, like flowers and various forms of plant and animal life. Notably, it's the form of like a helix. You know, that's where golden ratios start. Like, you know, it's the classic helix shape. So that shows up everywhere with like shells and oceanic life. It's a very important shape. That's why. But this ratio it's really good for architecture too, because it's also I believe it's one of the best ones. If you can build a building so it follows it, that's kind of your best. It's your best bet for stability. It's found in a lot of ancient buildings that they were using it everywhere. But yeah, I think this layout looks nice. Yeah, we're gonna have to spice up the floor plan a little bit though. Let's see. Doing a library though. This is the inside. What floor am I feeling? Part of me's thinking I want to do just like, yeah, like this carpet. Like I want to do this because I like the... I feel like it's because it feels the most library in terms of floor, because it's like, this is the kind of carpet you would have been walking around on at like my college, for example. You know, like if you in that library, it was just all carpeted floors. There's a lot of carpeted floors actually in general in that college. Kind of intriguing. So I guess the question is, do I want to keep it, you know, like do I want to keep it close to this floor size? So I guess that's kind of the $1 million question, right? Is do I want to keep the floor? Do I want to keep it this size, or do I want to? So I think this is big enough. I don't think I want to. I don't really think I want to do it another way. I think this is large enough. Because this is supposed to be the start of the story. It's just like you go through the library, and you're given instructions to go to the, I believe it's the 4th floor. I'll go make sure. I'll go make sure before I sound like an idiot. Where does it say in the dialogue? 4th floor in library. Find mausoleum. Yep. Okay. So 4th floor of the library is the goal. So because I want this part to be the least. I want the beginning to be. I guess the best way to write the story would be if it followed that for horror games. I find that the amount of time the player should feel 100% safe should be the least amount of time the player gets in terms of active playtime. And when I say active playtime, I mean when they're making decisions and moving around, it should be less time that they're like passive about it when they're doing stuff. Is this the same song again? No, this is different. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I'm always, I don't know why I'm so scared about songs repeating at this point, because it's just, it's not like I would ever mind listening to my own music in that way, but it just feels weird. Okay, let's see. I want to leave those tiles just so I remember where the center is. Do that. I think this one must have been from an earlier album. This has to have been from an early album. I was really obsessed with this tone back in the day. I don't know. Let me see. Open file location. Where is it? Digital skeleton. Oh no, this is the newest one. This is the newest one. Wow. Really? Is that a good or bad thing? That I mistook it for an earlier song. I guess that means my styles haven't changed much, has it? Then again, I write the way that I've learned I write music. I write music like I'm writing for a soundtrack of a game that won't come out. Which I find this is a, whoa. Oh, that is freaky to look at for long. Ugh, I hate it. This carpet makes me very confused. So this particular story, this first chapter, it's actually based on a urban myth that existed on my college campus when I imagine it was just something to mess with first years, but essentially it was that there was a specific time of day and of night that if you rode the elevator, you'd end up at the quote unquote 5th floor of the elevator of the library. And I think it was just me. I think it was just like an idea of the backrooms before that ever was a real thing. But I think it's just that general fear of liminal spaces, where you have like a space that's meant to be filled with people, and you're never there for the space itself. You know, think hotels or airports. You know, if they're dead empty and there's nothing in them, it feels way creepier than walking around. Say, some abandoned buildings feel naturally abandoned. You know, like when you go into old, like very ancient buildings, it doesn't feel like an egregious thing when that building is in a way abandoned, right? Like you can be like, oh yeah, I can internally deal with that because this building's supposed to be empty. But when it's something like a library where there's always people and you're there because the people, you're there for books, it's a different feeling of unease. So I think this story is closer to a liminal horror piece than something directly terrifying. Okay, so what wall do I want for this? I want something close to the outside, but I think the closest we got is this one. Yeah, just about. Let's see. Could also just wrap it in something I want personally. Yeah, because I almost feel like this feels clinical. That makes sense. Like I like the bricks being the exterior, but I want the interior to be a little bit more modern. Because I think that'd be disconcerting. Like, you know, it's a facade. Because some buildings, you go inside, you go past the bricks on the outside, and it's like, oh yeah, there's modern interiors, you know? So, let's see. What do I want for the walls? I'm just gonna look. I know that I don't need to think that hard about these walls because they're placeholders, but I like to make placeholders feel as close to the original as possible. But I think that's just because it makes it easier for me to work with. You know, so I know where I know visually what I'm going for tone-wise later. Because this time I actually do plan on doing full modifications of all the art, so... That's what I want to do. I really want the art to feel more... I want it to stand out further from what's already in RPG Maker. That key change feels weird. I think I remember this song being very, very much like a, oh yeah, this is me messing with stuff. What's this one again? Collateral. What were you on? What album were you? Oh, this is the first one. Really? I can okay, that one I could tell. That one I could sort of, that one I could actually tell, but I think it's because I was, a lot of the time when I was working with music at this point, I was also trying to get better at music in general. And that first album was me really just experimenting and trying things. Okay. So the way that I like to design buildings is I prefer designing buildings the way that most people would design a building, is that you design with a framework in mind. You design the building first, then you populate it with furniture, which makes logical sense. But in video games, you can sometimes start from like a singular room and then build the house around it, sort of thing. But I like to build the base framework first and get the foundations laid out before I start trying to throw things in. So I think what I want to do is decide, where is the stairwell going to go in this building? Because I'd prefer it if it was... I'd prefer the stairwell being somewhere, you know, like shoved to the back sort of thing. Because I think that would be... That'd be preferable, I think. Okay, I guess the other thing I have to answer... The question I have to answer for myself is... Okay, well... We don't have any, like... We have... Well, these steps work. Use these. These look pretty close. How do these look? Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I think, like, with some walls next to it, it'll look nicer, but... These look closer to a... What I would consider a modern library's steps. Because the steps always look kind of... How do I put it? It's like they look a little bit... They look a bit strange. I don't know. How do I describe it better? It's like it always feels like they make the stairwells these like cold, stony areas rather than being kind of homey. Like it feels like a throughway in a museum. Let's see. So where do I want the stairs to go? Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I think I'd rather... I don't know, because I'm thinking if they were in the middle, that makes sense. Because I think it would make more sense for it to be a central position that goes up. I mean, I could even put it closer to the, like, not like all the way to flush to the wall here. Because I could say... So I put some windows here, that would look nice. It's funny to think about, like, oh yeah, I need to make it look nice too. Let's see, let's start with the walls actually, because I think that'll make my job easier. Let's see, so... This is the center. 1, 2, 3, let's see there. 4. Okay. The other problem is I need to leave room. I need to leave room for a reception counter kind of thing. And it's mainly just because of the assets I have available, because I don't know why, but I don't think I could reasonably draw a computer facing, you know, like with the back facing the player. So I have this one. For placeholders, I have these 3. So I think if I had like front desk is to the left, I think it being on left hand is better. I don't know why I think it's better, but it just makes sense to me. This is a public building too. I need to have bathrooms. I would need to have bathrooms. Yeah, I actually would need to have bathrooms in this building. Like, I don't need to make it super realistic, but I think players can tell when something doesn't feel real in that way. You know, when you have a building that feels a little too... It feels too fabricated, you know, it's like, it feels like a prefab still. I think I think players are more perceptive than most developers would ever want them to admit. Let's see. So let's use this. If I do shifts, what does that do? It doesn't look great. What if I do something like this? Well, that's better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I want this to look kind of close to what it's gonna look like by the end of it, but we'll see. We'll see what I can get done, you know? We'll see what I can get right. Yeah, we can do... I put like an offshoot for the wall here, I guess, like something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5. 5. Something like this. Which would... Because I'm thinking like... This is something where as a level designer, I like to... There's a place between realism and like game dev that you have to kind of strike. In my personal philosophy, I find that it's really... I think it's a bit of a faux pas to try and make a setting that doesn't feel lived in. You know, it's like a... Like, it doesn't feel like people could have made it, or at least some form of people could make it, and make it make sense. So to me, I think that a setting feels more alive when you approach it from the space of life itself. Which I know sounds very pretentious and haughty, but basically it's just, if you make a building that looks really stupid, people will notice. Okay, this is gonna look goofy for a moment, but it's essentially like it's the idea that if you make a building and you don't think about the ramifications of why this building is built the way it is, I think it ends up looking worse, you know? Kind of like there's something lost to it when it doesn't feel like it's a real place. Even in fantasy settings where it doesn't feel like this is a place people would live in, right? And I think some of that's really prevalent in RPG town layouts, you know, where there's like a weird lack of certain amenities. I think that can be very confusing for some to look at, because it makes the facade of, you know, this fictional reality tenuous. Kind of like it feels artificial, which the goal of a game is to make so you forget that. That's kind of my hope and goal when you're playing a game. If you're playing one of my games, is that my earnest hope is that you forget that you're playing one, right? That you forget. Okay, now I do want to check. I'm gonna pop open Red Genie's save project really quick, because I do want to check something really quick, because there's something I want to check, and it's mainly how did I do the stairs going into this wall sort of thing. Let me pop this open real quick, because I know I did it in Authry Castle. Hang on. I know I did it in this map. That's why I'm checking it, because I want to see how I did it. I did it like that. Really? I did it. Yeah, so it just leads off into the wall. Okay. Open sesame. Where's the A? There we go. I mean, I did it here. I did it in this game too. I just check here. Yeah, so I can do one wall block off, so that's okay. Okay, that works. So one wall block off is just fine. So, and I'm not doing it 3 across though, because this isn't even. Do something like that. There we go. Let me check this again though. Yeah, so the stairs end where the wall ends. Okay, interesting. Do I want to do it that way here? Yeah, I do. So add here. There we go. Something like that. I do like using the full dark on the steps that are going to be the event trigger to change maps, because it lets the player kind of know for sure that once you cross the threshold, you're going to move maps. Mostly with stairs. I think it also occludes the stairs a little bit in a way that feels, I don't know, it feels right to me, but I don't know. I can also just leave it like this, because this feels about right too, because it's going up into the... Though I did just realize, if I use the daytime lighting and then still have lights in this scene, then there'd be spots of brightness, not just spots of darkness. So let me test that theory really quick. So this map is going to have lighting on by default, so let me grab a light really quick. Let me grab from here. Let me grab light under really quick. Ah, wait, that one's not gonna help me much. Do I have any of these that say light under? Or am I a fool? This one's light under. This one's light under. Okay, cool. The other thing I have down right now is I have that when you unlock a room, that you'll have, this room will turn, like the lights will turn on, so you'll know it's done. And my hope is that I can add a little bit of, like an extra feature or something per room. Like with this one, I think just having a cat is worth it. You know, like include dialogue, include like, you know, text choices to pet the cat. You know, if you're gonna have a cat, in the house, you might as well have that. I did have the thought that it could be funny if it's like you can just choose the cat's name or something. Don't know if it'll be, that's pretty easy to do, but it's just one of those things where do I want to do that or not? And I might do it. It's fun. It's a nice touch. People like it. Let's see. Oh no, let's do this. Let's do that. This might rip off of, yeah, it's my rip off of. Yeah, it's my rip off of Mr. Mean Bean Machine. Let's see. Sounds like an F-Zero GX song. It sounds like a really bad F-Zero GX. I'm being mean to myself. That's not fair to me. Oh no, I do something different with this. Never mind. I'm a better musician than I thought I was. I think it's just I'm always mean to myself because I know where my inspirations come from. I think that's unfair. That's unfair to me. That's unfair to me. Because all music comes from another. Music is one of those things where it comes from yourself. You know, it's one of those things where you have to pull from somewhere, and it's usually from familiarity. Because that's how you learn anyway. Let's see. Yeah, let's do 2 tables over here. Just so I can get my brain oriented around the space. Chairs. Might change that for more like school looking chairs, but I kind of like this a little more. This looks like a Chromebook for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, we'll say I don't know why, but part of my brain is thinking the internal logic is that there's a tower under this table. You know, like under the desk there's like a tower that runs the computer, and this is just a display and keyboard. I'll just leave that for now. That's good. It feels like it's funny because I listen to my own music. I don't listen to my own music a lot because, you know, it's one of those things where I don't have that much of an ego, but it is funny when I listen to my own music and I know where I definitely got some of those ideas from, you know. Feels like kind of feels like almost like the hand. I'll set the tables. These are pretty good. I'm a big fan. I also learned how to do like floor setups when I was at my one summer job. I don't think I could have been particularly good at floor setups, but I feel like I at least learned a thing or two about how most people set up their own parties, you know? Like how do people set up parties? And I feel like I picked up a few tricks from that. Let's see. I think this is... Oh, excuse me. I think this is a solid... I feel like this is a solid start for right now. Like this is a library, so... And it's funny because I feel like first floors of libraries always feel like they are the most bereft of books. You know? I'm gonna look up something really quick, just so I can... I just want to see... For my sake, I need to see something. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I looked up the... I looked at the library of my college, because I was like, yeah, does this look about right? And yeah, it does. It's like, the first floor of a library, especially university libraries, or... like, libraries of... that are of a modern design for public use. The first floor is usually pretty bare of books. It's more like administration and like places to hang out. And then you go upstairs to 2, 3, and 4 to find books. Yeah, I will say I'm actually really liking this layout. I feel like it's a bit small, but I think that's good because I have a plan for how I'm going to do how I'd like to do the setup, you know, like the switch, as it were. Yeah, one thing I do need to check, plugin manager. What were the light types again? So I always forget the names of the light types. See, there's pulsating, big, shadow offset, static. I think I want static. I think I want one of these to be static. Let's see if I'm correct though. Okay, and these events will have to share functionality with the doors because you can only have one event per space on the map, and the only time they can overlap is if events are able to step through each other and be able to be inside of each other for a period of time. I don't know what happens if I don't know what the game does if you leave them stuck like that. I do not know. There is less knowledge on that end for me. Okay, trying to get through this coffee so I don't want to be drinking coffee too late because I know that it'll mess up my sleep even further. I did not get a lot of super restful sleep this weekend. And mostly it's because I was staying up late, you know. Let's see. I think I want something like this. It's funny because I know that if I build this library to have more stuff in it, I think by virtue of the fact that I've built a horror game, most players are going to be like, okay, where is it? Where is it? You know, where's the problem? So the only thing I don't have in here is I don't have yet a more like modern-y looking bookshelf. I have these. These are not bad. I like these. They do look nice. What happened is demon code is created. You know, I could test it. We could just see what happens. I could test it really quick. So let's see. Let's set this as the start location so I can see the map. I can walk around the map a little bit. But what I will do also, let me do something really quick. Let's just grab 2 NPCs of random types. We'll go with this one. There's one below characters, and we'll give him a... See, let's copy and paste. It's not that hard. So this also gives me a chance to showcase what RPG Maker can do, where you have these pages for your events, and depending on variables and switches that you turn on and off, you can switch between different pieces of code. So this one will have him do a movement route. This event, so it'll be move right and then move down. And then control self switch. A is on. So this will basically just he'll move to the right into like towards us once, and then he'll turn on the switch, which means this page is active. So he'll just sit here, like he'll just be active. He'll just be sitting there. Now let's grab another one, and we'll do the same thing but the other direction. We'll grab this boy. This will be fun. Okay. Copy paste, self switch A. Do this, then movement route. Not transfer player. This one is move right, move down. This event. Okay. I will say doing this all with the mouse so I can mitigate how much I'm typing, I think is kind of funny because it feels like I'm really going out of my way to not use the keyboard. Probably should plug in my controller so I can use that instead of the instead of using my keyboards, because then even during testing I can use something else. Ah, I forgot. Darkness. Also, I forgot to set these guys to auto run. That dude, that if I walked in a library and it was that dark and there was just people staring at me, I would be a little bit confused. Parallel, run that. Okay. Well, that does explain a problem. Okay, so we need to have an event. So one thing that we do end up doing as well is we run parallel events. Let's see. Let me. Let's see. What do I want to do here? How do I want to do this? Try something like this. So we'll do. No, not that. Copy. Yeah, I'll jump. I'd rather jump around and grab code rather than do other stuff. Let's see. Auto run. Paste. I think I want this to be day. That's what I want. Yeah, we want day. So we'll do this. And then set self switch A. New event page, self switch A. Okay. So this should set it to daytime. Because what I want to see is if the building, how the lights look if it's on daytime, what does it look like in this building to have the lights on? Because if it creates spots of brightness, like brighter colors, that would be good. Oh, I did this wrong colors. Oh, it does. Oh, that's weird. It's like, okay, so I think it might be easier or harder for you guys to see on your end, but those lights are slightly making it brighter in certain spots. Kind of what I was hoping for, but it looks almost a bit uncanny, which is, I think, great, but I'm gonna have to mess with that a little bit. What I will do as well is I'm gonna move these away from each other so I can see how they look. I want to see how they look without the context of those. Move right, move down, right, move down. You need to move left. Edit. You need to move left. Okay. Playtest. Yeah, I hit the playtest button a lot. That's kind of my thing, is I like to run the map and see what it's doing. Oh, they do just stack up. That's funny. It's based on the priorities, I see. Okay, so... It's, I will say, it is also insanely hard to tell. It's kind of funny, because like, I think on your guys' end, it might be a bit clearer where the lights are. But it's such a slight difference, Might be easier to tell with a physical object in there. So this is under. I think under is going to look a little better in this context. We'll do that. Copy. Paste. And I'm kind of going for a ceiling light look, so let's put them like this, I guess. See how they look. Let's just see how they look first before I render judgment. I believe this is... Yep, Quetzal. Remember, I wrote it because I was feeling inspired. I remember. Oh, so it's casting shadows here. As you can see that there's a sort of like cone, there's like a shape here where it's cutting off the corners, projecting out. I kind of wonder if I want that or not, because I kind of like the idea of it being universal lighting, but this also looks, I think it'll look better as I add more lights, because more lights will make it look a little different as well. I guess the key is that I need to have light sources in different spots, so we'll move things around. Thankfully, the lights aren't CPU or GPU intensive, because it's all in JavaScript, so it's really lightweight code. I am very much not a fan of... It's actually something that's kind of shoved me away from using stuff like Unreal or Unity, is that some of their stuff is... Unity's better about it. I think Unity's a lot better about it, but on both of the engines have issues where you can easily overtax a computer if you're doing too much. And a lot of devs do not think about their... They don't really think about their players. And sometimes I feel like it's because there's a presumption that you can build a game on a $6,000, like a $6,000 rig, and then hope that somebody with a $1,000 rig or less will play it. But most people who are going to be playing it are going to be Joe Schmo with his laptop and somebody with a semi-decent gaming PC. Like, they're not... A lot of people I know, they either get a good gaming PC, or if they get a really good gaming PC, it's the only thing they have. It's the only like gaming apparatus they have, because they want to put all their time and money into that. That's their baby, right? Let's see. I think I can get rid of these markers now. Maybe we'll see. Let's see. Do I have like a sign or something? Do I have like big signs? I have an AC unit. That's funny. Did I grab a big sign? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Or I did and I put it somewhere stupid. Oh, it's right here. Yep, I just put it somewhere weird. I'll just do that. Flanking, build bulletin boards. What probably will end up happening is, it's something that I've been thinking about doing, is taking assets that I want variations of and making a different sprite sheet for. So I have like 2 or 3 different bulletin boards that'll repeat or that I'll use in different places, and a couple different signs to use. I know one of the things I was finding with there's a map I'm working on, chapter 2 there with a city map. I found that not having a city map that feels... Having the city without a bunch of different signs for different buildings, I think people can tell when you're repeating a little bit too easily. And I think that can affect immersion to me. It affects immersion in ways that feels like, I don't want to risk the player feeling kind of slighted by it. Let's see. I guess one thing I could do, thinking ahead, is that I could extend this by... Well, that looks a little funky, but hang on. Because one thing I also have learned as a dev, and I think it's kind of a trick that I think is very stupid, but it's something with games like this that I think you kind of have to mentally accept, is that you can't see all 4 walls, because you can't even see the back wall here, right? So there could be all sorts of details up here, but it's on the sides of these walls that there are details still missing. So what that implies to me is that as long as for me at least, is that as long as I give some decoration to the walls on the front, on the walls you can see, then the rest can be implied. You know, that, okay, they look over at something or they check something. The wall itself doesn't need to have it. You know, it's like I can't show what's on this wall here, right? But there might be like post-it notes, or, you know, like this is a receptionist desk, so there might be like a whole like set of shelves here, other stuff. And I don't need to show that because they could be, you know, in the wall or integrated, or, you know, just under here or something. And I don't have to show those things because they're on, you know, out of sight, out of mind sorts of things. And I think for some people it can be very annoying when that's everywhere though, but it works out. I think it works out well when you're able to very clearly markate when that's happening. Yeah, put a clock there. Put another clock up here. This is more just for my own sake of, like, you know, blocking out the space. It is funny though, because I feel like every clock being set to 10:10 is very weird. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's like a specific time or a binary code or something, but yeah, there we go. Oh boy. So we're at the hour mark. I hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend. I spent mine trying to take it easy and succeeded for the most part. I did a good job, but I did have some times where I was a little bit kind of, you know, a little fighting some of my urges to be a bit of a menace, but let's see. I could set up some of these. I'm just blocking the space, so we'll do some more tables over here. 1, 2, 3. Those are kind of close together, aren't they? Ah, oh well, that's fine. It's fine. Go. Because I don't want them to, like, I don't want their backs touching that much. Sound like this. It's not like that works. It works. It's mainly just for, we just want the space to have, we want a concept of the space, not, we don't need the final version. It'll be nice if this is close to that version, but I won't get too up in arms about it if it's not like this in the end. Some couches. How does this building look on the outside? Does it look like it connects on the other side? Probably looks out on another street from the other side. I don't really know where on this... I don't know where this street... I don't know... Wait, what street did I say this is on? I know I said the corner. I know I said the street name when you pop in. Yeah, no I didn't, but I do know where this library is, so... That's okay. Yeah. I could put windows. We'll put the windows out. But yeah, this weekend, I hope everyone got to have a good weekend. I think it's nice when you're able to just sit back and relax a little. But I have a window that looks better. I don't think I like this shape. Do not. There might be something I need to write down for later. So now on the outside here, I use these. Or I could just leave it as, like, I could just put art up there or something. Might be what I end up doing. How does it look if they're flush to the wall, though? Does it look if they're flush to the wall? Oh, it looks gross. No. Oh, whoops. Go. No! There we go. Alright, trash cans established. Not bad. Yeah, let's just put up some paintings or something. We'll just, like, I need the space to be blocked out, you know? Got some closed windows, I guess. I don't know. I'll think about it some more. I think it's mainly me just trying to make sure I understand what the space is going to be for the end of it, at the end. Let's put up some paintings. Yeah, it's gonna look gross. I don't mind. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. That's okay. It looks lived in. That's fine. I'll leave that alone. I could put some shelving up here, I guess. Something like that. I think the art of filling in a space is really hard to appreciate at times. I think it's always a little bit of a fight to get somebody to see, okay, this is how much it takes to fill in a space to make it feel like a living, breathing area, rather than being just a space for people for a game to happen. I think it's easy to get stuck in the level designer brain of it needs to be like a really high working level, not just something like a level for gameplay to happen in. I know some games actually, I don't want to say fail, because I don't think they fail it 100%. It's just that you can sort of tell when, like in games like Gears of War or Halo, you can kind of tell when a shootout's going to happen because the level is laid out in a certain way. Because you can sort of tell when the space is being marketed for usage as a shootout place. Nah, this... I just leave this there. I think I like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like the locker here. I think it's good. Okay, let me... let's walk around the space. Let's see. Let me put the player where you'd be coming in through. Playtest, save changes. This is actually one of the first times I recorded guitar, this song. I like that. Okay. Yeah, the footsteps are going to be a lot quieter in this place too, so I'll have to remember that. Actually, yeah, I like how the light looks here, where it's like that slight brightness over here. I think to counter this shadow, I'd want to put a light here, I think, in the corner. Honestly, this feels nice. I think this, as like a space, this is really cool. I like this. But what I want to do is establish a baseline for normalcy. You know, like here's how this place looks. Here's how this place feels. Get it down to that feeling of I want to get that feeling of being in a library to a T, and then from there, I want to twist it. That's kind of that's what each story is going to be, though. Is that I'm gonna present a setting and a scenario, and then I want to twist that. So I want to put a spin on it so that there's something that is going to pull this place into the eerie, into the unknown, into the you know, the frightening. So yeah, I think the stairs are good. I think this is nice. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. I stretch my neck more. Ugh. I've definitely been poor at stretching at work this last week. I've been very bad about it. Especially during the day, I've been kind of bad about it. I think when you have a desk job, I think it becomes much more important that you stop and stretch and do stuff to take care of your body. Because your job isn't going to do it for you. But it's also going to be hard to remember, especially if you get in the zone. You know, you're working really hard and you're doing a lot. And you forget to stand up a ton. You know, you forget to put the shoulders back. You know, stretch yourself out a little bit. Yes, Red Genie's first battle theme. Oh, boy. Man. You know, I'm still proud. I'm still very proud of that music. I think that soundtrack might be some of the best music I've ever written. I cooked. Alrighty. I think for now this is good. I don't want to do too much. I think the only thing I'd want to check really quick is checking lighting. Let's see. How do I want to light this space? So I almost want it to be like annoyingly brighter in this area. But then that makes it so when it gives me a baseline that is a lot harder to mess up. How do I say it? Basically, the key of keeping tension is you need to have a baseline set for your player, and this is like every layer has a different baseline, right? Like lighting has a baseline. There's a baseline for tension. There's a baseline for difficulty. You know, there's basically a spot where the player feels like at equilibrium, and if you're gonna go down or up or away from that, if you don't give yourself enough room on both ends, then you have no room to move. The way I see it is like games that have exceptionally high difficulty will have very little additional room to change how hard something is without it being game breaking, you know, where the player stops engaging. But if they go down, it allows the player to feel a sense of superior, you know, it gives them that like that boost, that re-energized sort of feeling. And that's really important to remember when, you know, like doing your, like both just designing the game in general, but also when you're trying to figure out what your game is going to do. Because what your game is capable of is going to be different. Because like when someone's making a game and they don't think about how baselines feel, as in like the foundations, I think it ends up where the game feels, it can end up with a lot of stilted jumps in difficulty and in pacing. One of the ones that I think of with that is like when you go from nothing, 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 super big jump scare and chase scene. It can work, but I think it's far less likely to stay with the player and to make them think that was really scary. It's more like, why did that just happen? You know, there's less comprehension, and I think it's better to do tension and suspense rather than just sticking to loud noises. I think there's a place for there is a place though where using a sudden move can work, and it's specifically if you know how and when to gut punch. It's sort of like winning. It's sort of like if you're talking about fighting, right? It's like you need to keep your fast moves, your false punches. You want them to be out of sight. You don't want somebody to see you coming when you're going for something like that. And as a game designer, if you want your surprises to really stick, you need to keep the actual surprise close to the chest, but you need to be giving clues that something's gonna happen. You know, it's like and that's actually true in a fight. Like, I think somebody who's self-aware enough would be able to tell, like, hey, this guy's doing some weird stuff. What's he up to? And then you'd be able to figure it out by when it's too late. You know, that's the hope, is that they figure out when it's too late and they're already on the roller coaster, you know, already cruising. And I think that's fun, you know, right? Where you catch somebody so off guard they aren't really sure how you did it. 'Cause that's cool. I think that's always the fun part. That's where the fun begins. Let's take this. What's this at? This is at 8. The feng shui is nice though. Let's see. Chair. The only downside is that it's like with chairs like this, it's sometimes a little awkward to get, especially if they're sitting in these chairs, it's hard to get them to get player characters to look like, get NPCs to look right in them. So usually what I do is I try to put NPCs. If I'm gonna have an NPC in a chair, it'll probably be either one facing to the, you know, left or right, or it's gonna be one where they're like facing the screen. But that does also, and like one of the things I'd have to do is reset their angle of viewing when they're done talking to the player. If you end up talking to one of these NPCs, you know, just make it so they turn back the way they started, and that'd be okay. Okay, let's check this really quick before I move on. Save changes. Let's see. Yeah, there's something about this that actually does look... It's like, I don't know, something about this does feel weird, but in like a good way. But I think it's that slight sterile nature of libraries, you know, like modern buildings. I remember that was the feeling I'd feel when I was walking around on campus alone. You know, it's like if I was in a building at night, or even just walking around campus at night when there's nobody around. It always felt like there was this sort of, how do I put it? It's like this strange amount of sterilization to the soundscape. Like the air is too quiet, and that bothers me. It's actually something that I thought was very funny, is I actually noticed it when I was out for that convention where I was staying, was that I actually noticed that I can tell when there's no birds in the air, where it's like I wasn't hearing like birds when I was walking outside. And it's funny because when I don't hear that, I get uncomfortable. I didn't notice it until the second day or so when I heard like some pigeons, and I was like, "Oh, birds, finally!" And it made me realize just how often when I'm outside, if I hear birds, I feel like 100% safe. And at college, it was something that I never really considered how much it bothered me, was the lack of natural sound. You know, stuff just, you know, like the sound of trees, or, you know, like trees in the wind or stuff like that. That feels unnatural to me. But for some people, that's all they know. But it's like, you can sort of tell when a silence doesn't feel correct, you know? Let's see. So we can start level 2. So let's add a map. What's the size of this one? Let's make sure we get this down. 32 by 23. Okay. 32 by 23. Okay. I hope everyone's doing well. I think this is a weird one for me because I don't often get to do these kind of streams because I don't often do work on I don't do like stuff like this on stream just because I always worry that I'm going to be boring, you know? I don't know why. I think it's just because for me I always feel like the game, like when I'm working I'm a lot less focused on entertaining. I mean, obviously when I'm by myself I'm a little goblin, you know, I'm muttering like a maniac to myself and such, which is nice, but not exactly good streaming material, you know? It might be, who knows? New, let's see, what do we call this one? You know what I will do, just to, hang on, just so I can save myself some time. Edit, copy. I'll grab the floor later. New, just so I don't have to type as much as so I know that if I type a bunch, I'm gonna be annoyed with myself. That's okay though. Oh, whoops. Let's see. This. It's this. Backspace, spacebar. There we go. Is that the same? Is that the... Let me make sure it's close to the same. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, good enough. Okay. Edit. It's the right one? Yeah, it's the right one. Good enough. And it's 32 by 23. There we go. What is playing right now? Pentagram. Intriguing. Grab this. Take this. There we go. Jeez. Let's see. Let's see. How do I want to do the second floor? I guess is the question. I think the key is going to be getting the floors to feel like natural extensions of each other. I'm a big fan of making. I like my role model for a lot of level design is Dark Souls 1. In regards to, I like it when the entire place feels continuous. You know, that the areas are connected seamlessly, even if they're not loaded all the time. You know, like when you go into Blight Town, a whole section, like the rest of the game isn't loaded up. You know, it's like there are different areas, surely, but it's not the same as. It's not the same because it's not the same as other levels because you can see the physical connection points of each level. It's actually what I did with Red Genie was I made sure that all the maps lined up exactly so that if you laid them out on a big super sheet of paper, that they would all, they click together like puzzle pieces. Because that's a lot. I think that looks a lot better, and it also, to me, feels like there's more effort to it. Because there's something there to be celebrated. Okay, so let's do. So the way I'm gonna do this is do this. Do that. Yeah, so it's like a 5, like 5. I think that's good. That'd be good. Let's see, pave that over. Let's pave this over for now, just to be safe. Okay. There we go. How do I want to do this? I think I just want this whole area to be just nothing but books, if I can help it. Let's see. Wah. Okay, let's just get rid of. I'm just gonna clear the floor really quick. We'll get our floor plan really quick. Crap baskets. There we go. Tachyon. I haven't heard this one in ages. Let's see. Okay, so this is our floor plan. This is our real estate. I want to move this down by 2. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's say bookshelves. I think having the bookshelves being having the building be an even amount of spaces is also helping a lot because I can make the shelves will work a lot better here like this. I think this looks nicer. Let's see. So how do I want to do this? I do this so they're like part of the wall. Let's see. Wah, that looks gross. Hang on. Let's see. I kind of like the idea of them being cramped like this, you know, like the implication of them being double-sided might be better if I can. Is there a way I can implicate that though? What do you guys? How are you guys feeling? I'm guessing. I'm guessing that this weekend was kind of a quiet one for everybody. That's what I was getting the vibes of from a lot of my friends too. Is that it felt like. I feel like this weekend was a lot of. It felt like there was a lot going on this weekend. At least that's what I was. Kind of how I was feeling all weekend was that it felt like everybody had something going on, and a lot of it was keeping everyone kind of locked in. Yeah, I might include events. I think with events on this side, I might include like, hey, there's shelves facing this way too, so that if people interact with the ones facing away, that they'll see it. I don't know. This looks really janky. I don't think I like it. I think I'd almost prefer it if I had a shelf that was like I could put the top of a shelf somewhere, sort of thing. Do I have any walls that look close to this? Weird. Work has been busy. Right now, just vibing until I finished work tonight. Oh. I think it's nice. I think this weekend was. It feels like this weekend was really busy. That's what it felt like. You know, just it felt like everybody had something on. You know, the world was just kind of cooking to this weekend. There was just a lot of things happening all at once. I think it's nice when some weekends do that, but I think when it gets to be a little bit too heavy, it can get a little hard to keep walking, you know? Grateful that this weekend didn't knock anyone too hard, though. It seems like everybody had the chance to catch up when they needed to. Let's see. Put an exit sign. Put the exit sign up here. Let's see. I can also refresh these walls really quick. Go. I think in some ways I'm grateful that this weekend has been an affirmation that I don't need to be so worried. I think of all things, that was what I was most grateful for, was that I was looking at my progress with the game, and I was tempted to give myself some trouble, you know, to be a little bit more angry with myself about how much I've gotten done. But I thought about it, and it's like, well, you know, I had a lot of other stuff to do, you know, things that needed to get done. And I think it worked out. Do I want green exit signs, or no? We'll do red. I think these red ones are. I feel like it's because the text is bigger. I think that's easier to read. So if somebody wants to find the exit, I think the funny thing is now I'm thinking like this could be a motif for the level. Because if I have it like glow a slight red, you know, just give it like a very slight. I'll grab from another map really quick. Let's see, is this one the red one? Yeah, this is the red one. Let's copy. Let me see. Paste. Oh wait, no, I need to make a new event, doy. Paste. Okay. This one I do want to be. I think I want it to be a 1 instead of a 5. We'll see. We'll see. I will say, listening to my own music, I thought it was going to be a more painful experience. I'm very harsh with myself because I feel like it's because you know, like when you sit and listen to something for long enough, you know, you become habituated to it, so it's hard to listen to it again. But I'm grateful that I don't listen to my own music and find myself really disliking it. I think it's just like, it's just my brain goes, oh yeah, I remember how I felt when I first wrote it. You know, that's what it does more for me. Pulls me back to that point rather than being a point of a lacking point of pride. Let's see. I need the names. Eidola Tale, static, broken. Just to test it, I want to see. Let's do static. I'm gonna have to move some stuff around when I'm done writing this out, because I know it's gonna move some stuff on my OBS. I know OBS is gonna freak out when I type in the word broken. B-R-O-K-E-N. There we go. And nothing's broken. Nothing on OBS is broken, so that's good. And I usually the reason my keybinds are the way they are is because I'm usually not streaming on PC, so I can leave the keybinds for OBS where they are. At some point, I do plan on moving a bunch of them to other keys, so I don't have to. When I go to play PC games, I don't actually have to worry about it too much, because I think it would be a lot easier for me if I did it that way. Let's see, copy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this will work better. Something like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see. I'm trying to mentally block this place out a little bit too, because it's. I think what I want is these ones to be occluding the. I think what I'll do, actually, you know what I could do is, you know what, big brain idea, is I'll put some tables here. I think having some tables here will be a better choice, because then it won't be as claustrophobic. At least here. I think what I want is I want certain places to feel very claustrophobic, and I want others to feel less so, right? Because I think the hope is that players will feel less in control when they're in this space. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Let's do. Since I'm using that back wall to do some lighting shenanigans. I guess it's the question is, do I want these walls to do shenanigans? No, I don't think I do. Actually, you know what I could do is just grab this. And then, boop. There we go. Bing bong, top of morning. Okay, grab this. Yeah, there we go. I do think that this is going to be one of those levels where I have to really knock it out of the park. Because this is the first level of the game in reality. So I think if I don't really sell the game, I think this is where I just run into trouble, right? I think it'll be a lot harder for me to keep players in if they don't love this level, right? Which I think is an undue amount of pressure to place on it, but oh, I just realized I was using the wrong shelves. Oops. Whoopsie, as they say, whoopsie daisy. I just want these. 2, 3. There we go. I almost feel like this slight disjoint feels better in a weird way. Go bookshelves on bookshelves on bookshelves on bookshelves. Very cool. What's this one? Aw, Valhalla Station. When I didn't know how to write motifs. I'm kidding. I'm being way too mean with myself today. Am I good? So, mental health check. Am I good, slime? Am I good, slime? Every once in a while, one has to approach themselves as a friend and say, "Hey, are you okay, buddy?" It's like, you have to ask yourself, "Are you okay?" Too many people don't do that for themselves, where they don't stop and say, "Hey, are you good?" Let's see. Oh, you know what? I just realized I have a good plan for this. I could do this. Yes. Okay, this is good. Actually, what I could do with this then is do this. Ooh. There we go. Actually, that looks really nice. Oh, God. Mid-eye trumpet. Mid-eye trumpet makes my brain hurt, but it's okay. Man, it just makes my soul hurt a little bit. Can't afford real musicians. What a loon. Let's see. I don't know. How are we thinking about this? Because I feel like this is good. Like, I'm looking at it and I think, you know, add some chairs, add a little bit more pizzazz. I think it'll be good. In a weird way, I feel like this area being just books upon books upon books is way better, though. Just because it feels right. There we go. Some tables. I don't know why they all have cloths, though. I feel like that's one thing I'll have to look for, too, is more modern-y tables, but I think I like round tables more. I'm a big fan of the rounds. They're always nice looking. I think it's just because I got sick and tired of those rounded rectangle ones that I used to see all the time at college. It's almost like they're a little too plain, you know what I mean? I don't even know if I'm making sense anymore, but yeah, I think... Oh, wait, no, I need to leave room for a stairwell. Crap baskets. Hang on. How do I do this? Oh, duh, I have my answer for me already. That's right. Easy. Let's look at the first floor. So this lines up one off the wall. So something like this. Oh, okay. Oh, crap. Lit. Okay. Actually, this looks nice. I like that. That's actually pretty good. I feel like it's because it's you know, the RPG logic, right? Of how do I get the space to look right in this setting? Because with this art style, you have to make accommodations with level design to accommodate the way that your world looks. And since we only have the one camera angle, you have to make going up and down feel like a natural thing by making it so up and down is only along that axis, right? Because elevation is controlled this way rather than controlled in a way that is a little bit more 3D. I like this though. I think this is good because this area feels claustrophobic. But I think getting the players used to having bookshelves upon bookshelves everywhere will be good because it means that they won't be able to feel, because I think giving them less wiggle room to run away is good. I do also think the repeating floor pattern is kind of weird. I do wonder if I should make... I guess the thing that's sticking in my head a little bit, if I go to playtest really quick. I think the thing that's sticking in my head a little bit, though, is that you can see too much of the full building when you're walking around, you know? Like, well, actually, no, that's not 100% true, is it? Yeah, because there's a cutoff point, you see. So if I'm up here... There's a cutoff point, so... Because the thing I want to do is mess with the player in that where they can't see, the building will be, you know, larger, quote unquote, as the horror settles in. So I think this will work just fine. So that should be good. There we go. Yeah, I'm liking this. This is nice. Yeah, alright, we're good. Yeah, I think this being more of... I think it's better that we do visual stuff today, because I think if I was working on just code, like writing and coding, it would be a lot of typing and a lot of me having to mute my mic because I'm just clacking on this keyboard all the time. This stuff I can do and talk over really easily. Yeah, I gotta stretch my back a little bit. Hang on. Back posture is awful today. I don't know what the deal is. I didn't really properly put something behind my back anyway. Guess that's the problem, huh? Ah. Oh well. Let's see. So we need to grab everything. And then new. Let's see. Oh wait, doi. Oh crap. One thing I will say, it is funny though that these load maps, it's looking at some of these, you can kind of tell how RPG Maker itself wants to visualize itself. But I am not the biggest on some of their preloads are like, it's okay. This one I might want to see at some point because I'm kind of curious. Yeah, they have a lot of cool maps that you can check out. So I think these are a great way to figure out what your game's gonna look like, you know? Because some of these are actually quite good for figuring out what you want a space to look like. Casino. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Hang on. I'm gonna load this up actually. Hang on, let me see this. Whoa. Oh, it does look good. Holy crap. Okay, actually, I might need to cop some of this layout for later. I'll have to look at that later. Okay. And this is why we look at the load maps, because some of these are actually quite helpful. Let me look at not that one, but the factory might be good, but let's see how do they do full classroom? Load this up. Let me see. Huh. What tile set is this using? SF inside. Huh. Might need to mess with this some more. This feels like I feel like I need to do more looking at this stuff so I can get closer to what I want. So I feel like I could do a lot more with a lot less. You know what I mean? Let's see, anyway, new. Paste. Wait, no, not the underscore. The 3. Give myself a hat for a little bit. There we go. There we are. Alrighty. I did not make that big enough. Oops. 32 by 23. There we are. Okay, so just to make sure we have, you know, like we can, because we want to start from a clean slate each time, especially since we're going to be, what I'll do is I'll leave this section here for right now. Let's see. Well, if I go by the logic presented here, it goes like 1, 2. Yes, it ends where? 15. 15. It goes up. It goes from 15 to 3. So I think I'd want this to. Actually, I probably would want these to go back one more, huh? Yeah, something like that. That looks pretty good. I get it. That's the other thing too, is like stuff like the bathrooms and such. I think I can kind of safely tuck away in some places. Because I can like the side of the walls here, where I don't have to necessarily signpost that they exist for real. For real. Sounds very stupid to say it like that, but basically the idea is that I don't need to inherently include stuff like that all the time. We'll include this funny camera though, because I think that's pretty fun. See. Cameras. Put little cameras in the library. I feel like this library would have cameras. To deal with more of that for later, though. Let's see. Yeah, I think this section of the level design is not gonna be as bombastic or interesting, just because I kind of recognize that this is the part of the level that isn't going to be where all the spooks are. But I think it's good to get this as a baseline, you know, getting the 9. Yeah, this will work. I think this will work just fine. I think. No, this is good. I think. And it'll work out. It'll work out well enough, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, whoops. R. Then I can block off here. Okay, there we go. One thing I can do is I can set up like this. Yeah, that looks about right. I think this looks pretty good. I think overall this is pretty solid. Okay. Yeah, I think when it comes to level design, the primary focus should be knowing your intention when you start, right? Like, I think knowing what is your goal here, and with this library, I think my objective is to get the player familiar with the conventional layouts of like a library. You know, get them situated before I pull the seat out from under them, and force them to deal with what comes when I subvert the expectations I have planted at this point. Oh geez, I shouldn't be drinking coffee this late. Can't be helped. I let it sit for too long. That's my bad. Yeah. And I think also with this particular level, I think it'll be good that I give the player a little bit more time to get situated. Because I think later levels, it'll be harder for the players to not be on edge once I've already started showing my hand. And I think it's a good thing, you know, that the players will feel a bit unmoored once they figure out that I'm not playing around in regards to trying to get under the player's skin. And I think that's kind of a tactic that needs to be respected in a way, if that makes sense. Sort of like the way that this world is going to work needs to be kind of firmly established. I also think this level is definitely going to be one where I have to be a little bit gentler with some things. Not all, but some. Let's see. The only thing I don't want is I don't want to have the players just kind of going, like, you know, point A to point B straight to things. Because I think that will be less enjoyable for both them and for everyone else. Like, for the player and for the game, and for the game, like, for the game's sake and the player's sake, I think it would be. It's less enjoyable when you just kind of sprint through things. Let's see. I think I'd like it like this, you know, like where the. Oh wait, no, wrong one. So I like this. Just because it puts the signs on the outer edges. Ooh. boy. I do think that this level has a lot riding on it as the first level of the game, or like, you know, for the one that I will be, that, you know, like the game itself will say, hey, you should go here first, kind of thing. But I won't stop the player if they go for a different one as the first one. But I do think that this level being the first one is kind of key, I think. But I don't know. I don't know if that'll stay true, right? Yeah, I should probably put some... You know what? I didn't put any trash cans on this level. I could probably put them here. Like that. Something like that works. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I guess I could just insinuate there's a trash can here, but eh. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think this sort of set dressing is more important. Like, stuff like trash cans and bathrooms are more important in modern worlds than in high fantasy. Because in high fantasy, you can kind of get away with, oh, there's a bucket in a small room on the side or something. Or just none at all. You know, you could just be like, oh, there's an outhouse you never see. It's fine. You have a little bit more leeway to saying that, you know, like, it's weird though, because technically there's been bathrooms and like plumbing and heated floors and stuff for far longer than most people would know. Like, ancient Romans had like, you know, pretty decent plumbing. You know, they had ways of using water to do stuff. So it's not like, and we've had plumbing for like hundreds of years, so it's not like it's impossible to consider that a fantasy setting would have it. It's just, it's a little easier to not put them in like a room or something, because you're not sitting there thinking, oh gee, I wonder where the characters go to the bathroom. It's more like, no, we're going to go fight the dragon, and we're not, because if your players are thinking, where would people go to the bathroom in this setting, you have screwed up royally as a designer and as a I feel like that's the kind of thing where if you're getting those kind of questions instead of, hey, where's the next cool boss fight that you have for me, it's like you have a big problem on your hands. Not one that's easily remedied, you know? Well, this looks a little better, huh? Actually, I like this a lot. I actually do like this a fair bit, because it's kind of got this, like, spidery kind of look. That's funny. It kind of looks like the Omega symbol. Oh, no, I just saw... Oh, no, it looks like a really annoyed mustachioed man. It looks like a face. Look at him. See, he's got like the two eyes. See, like two eyes. These could be like his eyebrows, and then like there's like a mustache. I don't know why I just saw that. I just saw like a face in the visuals, and my brain went, "Yep, that's a face, all right." That's so stupid. That's very stupid. Alrighty. I guess with that in mind, though, I could also move this back one. Yeah, because now you have a space here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. I like how this feels, because it feels... I think in a weird way, I like that it doesn't feel quite right. I don't know, like, not like that, but like... It feels like this space is... It feels like this space is a bit anomalous already. There's like this strange... It feels almost a bit... It feels claustrophobic in a way that doesn't quite add up, if that makes sense. Yeah, let's do this, because I think this looks better. So yeah, that does look nice. There we are. Then there's this section here. I can probably just put some like seats or something. Those couches from earlier. Grab the couches. There we are. So like one or two over here. Like one here. One here. That looks alright. Actually, no, I'd probably want tables instead. Let's see how it looks with both. Well, you know what we will do, though? We'll use these tables instead, though. Like this. That's pretty nice. I like that. Oh, that looks awkward. I don't like it when the frames are like not the same size. Just like, eh. Let's do that. That's good enough. For now, it's good enough. One day I'll change it out. What is going on with this music? Dynamite Monday. It's funny because I know I named that after the Dragon Ball Z Budokai, like the attack name. I know I did that. I know I did that for that exact reason. Let's see. There we go. Oh boy. I'm feeling pretty confident about these. I don't know. I like how this level looks. At least I think I'm liking this because I know that this is going to be a space that people will get used to first. You know, they walk around, they check everything. Because I am going to include some gags. I already, in the hub world, I already have a couple of Easter eggs for different things in like book names and stuff. And it's no different here. I really do just plan on including additional like book references to like my favorite books more often. Just because it's like, oh, cool, I can reference, it's millions of book references, fantastic. I could just reference all of them. I know that some of the ones I want to include, like reference-wise, is, I know one of them I want to do like a Herman Hesse section somewhere in here. Just because I really love Herman Hesse's writing. I've been really liking his writing. One of my favorite ones is his book called Steppenwolf. It's a very interesting story because it's primarily about what it means to be somebody kind of untethered to their generation, to the world they live in, and and some of the conventions of it, which I think a lot of us can relate to. But I know it struck me particularly because I found that book after college, so it was in this spot of, oh, I didn't quite find my people, you know, when I was at college. I never quite found. I found friends. I found people that I could really get along with, but I didn't find like, it wasn't like I had found like my people, even though that was what I was told I had found. Because I was told one of my first weeks was, these are your people, and I was like, oh dude, finally, the game designers, finally, we're all here. And then I did not walk away with any game designer people after college, which I think was partially me. I think it's just because I am frankly a bit too much of a firebrand in some ways, that it's very hard. I think it's very hard for me to be idle in some ways, if that makes sense. Like my desires to work and be like doing stuff, I think makes me very difficult to stay around sometimes. Not in a bad way, I don't think. It's not always a bad thing to be difficult. I don't have a better way to put it, but it's like, I think it's just that I know that there were fundamental differences in ideology when it came to how game design was supposed to be focused on. Because I couldn't really bring myself to say, oh yeah, I'll just make it work, you know? Like I'll just make people happy by kind of just doing what everyone else is doing in terms of work. And I couldn't get into that. It wasn't for me. I think it was also just the ways that people focused on stuff, right? The focus, like where people focused on in their work, I was also different. Because it's very hard for me to separate my work from the people it's going to go to, you know, where I really do want people to, I really want to know if if people are liking this thing and what can be done to make better things. And I think some game designers live in this sort of bubble, you know, they live in the headspace of, well, the players will figure, you know, they'll get it. And I think it's very easy, I think, at times for for devs to get disconnected from the people they're working for. But the way that you stay connected to the people you're making things for is by making something for yourself and knowing to, you know, to be happy and love the thing you're doing. I think you make something for an audience by making something that the first audience member is yourself, you know? Like the music I'm listening to, it's like the fact that I still love listening to this music, even though I wrote it, it's like, well, yeah, I think if I didn't like listening to this music, I would not be writing music, you know? It's just not, if I can't listen to my own music, that'd be very annoying. I know for me personally, though, it's a much different story when you're a singer. I think when you're a singer, it's just different because listening to your own voice is a very uncanny experience. At least for me, I know that I am not the biggest fan of listening to my own voice. I'm very bad at listening to my own voice. And a lot of that's just because it's, you know, it's psychological. You don't really, I don't think most people are okay with sitting and listening to their own voice for long periods of time. I'm also particularly, guess I would say, susceptible to being really critical of my singing voice because I know, and I think it's because of digital instruments and the fact that I play guitar, where guitar is a very, guitar you can really easily get down like a pitch that is precise, exact, and to a point. And you can get to things very, you know, with my hands with a guitar, I can get to certain pitches very easily. You know, I know how to do that. With my voice, I only have so much control. You know, it's like I can sing just fine. You know, my projection is good and my ability to hold notes is all right. I think my vibrato is nice too, but apologies. Need water. But I think my inability to hit notes, it's like I get close and then I like rub up against the notes wrong, you know? Especially against machines where you have, frankly, you have the grossest tension if your voice doesn't quite line up with computer generated notes. I'm gonna skip alarms. Oh god, I skipped that one. Yeah. I'm at the point where I shift, so I can sit down for a bit until I have to clock out. Oh, most excellent. Alrighty. I was jumping around the music a little bit just so I could have something different to listen to. Okay, so let's see. So these are done, so I can set these up now accordingly. Copy. There we go. Just edit. Whew. I will say, this song is interesting because I actually reworked it in a lot of core ways to make the boss theme for one of the boss themes for a Genie. Because I love this particular song so much that I was like, no, I need to use this again. I love this. So I liked how it sounded. I really liked it. This one is one I can sit there and just kind of groove to it. You know, just do a little dance in my chair. Just kind of do the little shimmy. Which is, I think is a little silly, but I like this one a lot. I think that's kind of the thing though with when I write music is that if I'm not sitting in my chair dancing around with it and really enjoying the groove I've set up, I immediately scrap it. If I'm not into it, I immediately scrap it. There's a lot of songs that have been on my chopping room floor that it was just like, this vibe is rancid. Get rid of it. Shimmy shim shim. It's just like, you know, it's like because when you're writing music, you want this to be like exact, you know what I mean? You don't want it to be, you want it to be a vibe. You don't want the vibes to be off. Truly. But I think I think the version I did of this one where I reworked it for Red Genie, I think I did better in regards to the way that the chords, like adding more variation to it with each with the loops. And but I think this is a necessary start with the concepts I had with this song. Big fan of it. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's check. Let's do another check really quick, see how we're doing. I feel like this stream is going to be the biggest advertisement for my music, though, where it's just like, if this sounds even halfway decent, I can recommend it. As far as music goes, sorry to sidetrack, but how is Dragoon music holding up for you? I really like it. I think the one of the key pieces for me is if a game has a bad soundtrack, I get really tired fast. And when I say bad, I don't mean like the music is poorly orchestrated or like well, sometimes it depends. But when I think of bad soundtracks, I think of soundtracks that are just forgettable, right? Like, and I think Legend of Dragoon has sidestepped that a lot by having like, first off, the tone that they chose for it, you know, the particular guitar tones, the particular the ways that it handles the you know, like the aesthetic. I think it does a good job. It is also distinct enough where I don't think I would easily mistake it for another game, which is also good. But I think it's doing pretty good so far. I think the only downside I can say is that, and this is like true of a lot of like this era of gaming, is that when you only have so many battle songs, it can kind of make battles blur a little. But that's true for a lot of games. I think that, like, even Shin Megami Tensei 5 has that problem sometimes, where if you hear a battle theme too many times, it kind of gets a little bit tired, right? Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, I can see this real quick. Hang on. Oh, I like the little flicker. Is it even coming through on your guys' end? It's like just barely perceptible, but I think you guys can see it. There's a flicker here because I set the light to broken, and it's like this little flicker right there. I do like that. That's good. That's pretty good. I think I might use that occasionally because I like how that looks, because that looks kind of feels like unsettling. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I like okay, so I think one thing I'm finding that is interesting is that, okay, so let me see. There's one thing I need to see really quick. What is, if I go here, okay, if I'm down here, I can't see I can just barely see this. Okay. I almost wonder if I should move this up a tile so you can't see that. So that I can, because if I make a change to the map without you being able to tell, that'd be good. I'm mobile with a small screen window, so I really couldn't tell. Yeah, it's like, it was barely perceptible on my end. It was like just this tiny little flicker. So yeah, no, I imagine VOD viewers are going to be like, dude, 720p is not enough to see that. And it's like, fair. I feel like that's going to be one where it's like the VOD viewers are going to be like, dude, what are you talking about? Copy. Put one over here too, just to do that, because I like the way this looks. Okay. Yeah, I think I do want this. Do I want this to be the? I almost want this to be further up like that, you know? So I kind of want this to be imperceptible to the player. Trying to think ahead. It's like, yeah, because it's like just barely in the view, so it's awkward. But I think a lot of video games they have good enough music where I don't find it forgettable. Funny thing, actually, there is one game where some of the music falls for this, right? Where some of the music feels a little awkward in that way. And that's actually Lies of P, because Lies of P has some really good music. I think Feel is one of my favorite songs I've heard in a while. And then there's songs like the boss, then some of the boss themes are in the game, and it just feels almost like weird. It feels kind of like, doesn't feel like I can remember them off the top of my head at all. Some of them I can, though. You know, if I heard it, I could probably pinpoint at least that it's from Lies of P, but some of the songs don't get that close to being, they don't have that sauce. They don't have the extra, they don't have that jazz that you need. That sort of, not like literal jazz, but like there's a certain amount of it's like a unique form of energy that certain soundtracks get to, that it's hard to pin with like a definitive, this is exactly what they're doing to get this exact effect. Like, trying to think of like a great example of a game that does exactly this, where it's not one technique they're doing to make it right. I think Final Fantasy games are just the way I would put this down, is that Final Fantasy games have this sort of extremely specific vibe that I don't think other games hit the same way. Let's see. Oh god. Hang on. Why is this? Curious. Kind of like the idea of this. Yeah, that looks a lot. I think this looks, I don't know, something about this looks nice. The asymmetry kind of bothers me, but I kind of like that. Actually, no, that's unique sauce. It's like, I think every composer has this like technique and tell that lets you know that it's them. And so when you're listening to a composer's music, I think you can you can tell that it's them because there's a tell. And it's every musician has a different fingerprint, I think. Like for me, for me personally, I think if I look at my own music, it's that I have a very rock focused core. So if you're listening to my music well enough, you can kind of tell that I gravitate towards repeating riffs to cement them as legitimate in your brain. And that's something that I do, but then it's combined with my understanding of orchestration. I think Red Genie soundtrack, this is exactly it, where I use orchestras in ways that most people don't use them for. It's like I use orchestras without the concept of how an orchestra should sound. So I take violins and violas and basses, and I use the video game method of each one should be covering a different part and layer, and that's where they should be. That's how it should be. You know, it's like that old video game idea of every layer of sound should be doing something different so that I can cover all my bases. But I think in some cases it can be almost a little bit hard to do that without getting a little too in your own head about it. What is this one? Serious. I don't remember that one. That one I don't remember very well because wait, where's? Hang on. What album is this one from? Because I feel like I would remember this guitar riff. Yeah, it sounds just like the other one. That's funny. They just like. Yeah. Okay. So that's a couple albums off. That's funny. I was on that JoJo bend, I guess. It sounds like it's a lot of. I can tell that I was like that. Some songs feel like Stardust Crusader songs. They kind of feel like battle themes for a Stardust Crusaders game. It's kind of funny. It's like a Game Boy game. I make fun of myself a little too much. I think that's not healthy. Do you have another question on Dragoon? What kind of question do you have for the story? I'm not asking so I can answer you. I'm just curious about your thoughts. Mine is wandering at the moment. I feel that. Well, and it's like, cause it's like, I think right now, like both series we're running are sitting on some major questions. I think with Legend of Dragoon, my thought process is less on, it's like, how does how does the dragon, how does the divine dragon factor into Lloyd's plan? And conversely, how does Lloyd, what is Lloyd's actual end game? Because that is something that I haven't really understood yet, is what Lloyd's plan is, which I think it's good that they're not making it too easy to guess. But I also think that it's also a little bit of a, I think it's a little bit hard at times to think about where the future is going to be in that game. And that's not a bad thing, but I think sometimes I'm curious what the end goal of the story is going to be, you know? I think it's because it sort of reminded me a little bit of, at least in some ways, I'm thinking about how Persona 3 Reload handled, like Persona 3 handled the end game, was that the end game showed up really far into the game. They're like, this is what the shape of the end of the world is looking like, right? And I think that I think was a good way to handle it, because it was a little less overt what to expect, right? And I think in the context of Legend of Dragoon, I think my main questions are how are they going to deal with the Divine Dragon, and what sort of things are going to happen to our party before we get there. Because I think one thing that the game has definitely told me, at least through, you know, playing the game, is that it is not afraid to kill characters. And I'm like, I don't think it scares me, but I think it definitely puts me on edge that because the game's willing to kill characters, it's like, okay, who else is going to go before we're done here? And in some ways, I think that's a great question to have, because it's like, I think video games, it's very easy for players to be insulated to that, you know, to be like, oh yeah, the player, you know, you don't kill characters in games, you know, you don't do that. It's not often that you will end up genuinely saying, oh yeah, this character's gonna, like, you're gonna kill a lot of characters in this game. And I feel like that's something that that game has done very well, is making it so, like, setting up with what happened in the game early. I think if it didn't do that, I don't know if I would be as worried, right? Okay, we're gonna do something kind of weird here. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Yeah, because I want the player to be able to walk, like, through here. Yeah, let me move these down real quick. Let me try some. Doo-doo. Oh, I love this song. This is another one I wrote that I'm very proud of. I love this one. Freaking love this one. I think it's just because I like the tone. Not without real specific purpose, at least. Yeah, it's like and it's like, I think the fact that they were able to immediately put that tension down, that, yeah, you are not 100% safe. I think that's great. And I think doing so early, not to spoil anything for anybody, but it's sort of the opposite thing with Final Fantasy VII, where you're not losing something permanently in terms of, like, a class or a build, but you're losing something important, and that's the person. And I think the fact that in the short time that we got that person, the fact that they got you to care that much about that character is a testament. You know, I think that's really freaking good. That I genuinely cared enough to be like, yeah, that sucks. And I think that's really good, you know? Okay, one thing I am going to do really quick, one thing we are going to do here, I'm going to use my old trick, and that's that I'm going to use this. This is what I did in Red Genie to signify item pickups, so I might use the same thing here just to see how it looks. Alrighty. Alright. Alright, let's make sure that we got connections to that as well. But I think I think in both games cases, I have big questions. You know, with Shin Megami Tensei 5, it's what happened to Aogami, how are we going to defeat, you know, Tiamat, you know, stuff like that. But it's also what happened, what happened to everybody, you know, like what went so wrong in this timeline that this had to happen this way. And I feel like that sort of stuff is really fun, because carrying those questions. Yep, Lavitz was your boy. Yeah, Lavitz was my boy 100%. I love Lavitz. Lavitz is great. And I think the fact that they were willing to do that, I think that's bold. I think especially in the era of RPGs where you don't do that, right? Like you don't pull those kind of tricks unless you're really going for gold, you know? I think that's huge. I think that's some fantastic stuff there. Wait, where did I put did I put lights on the exit signs? I thought I did. Where did I put lights on the exit sign? Here they are. Just to make sure I don't forgore. I'm gonna do something really quick though. We'll just leave that for now. Yeah, we'll just leave this. We'll just leave it. I just want to make sure I have a switch for it, for when it needs to turn off. That'll be good. Yeah, there we go. I'll change the switch later, because this needs to give an item. So, let's see. Let's make sure I have the database, the item set up. Yeah, some items, I'm just kind of... Like, we have this flashlight. Yeah, we have... So I have the flashlight, and then it's... This is the fake flashlight. So if I want to turn off the player's flashlight, I can use this. So... Yeah, because it says here, light flashlight. Again, this is what it puts on the player when you have the item. How's Albert holding up to you? Is he similar to other Wind characters, or is he different? Remember you talking about how Wind characters are in games? Funny thing, he's actually closer... After having seen how he is in game, I think in a weird way he got closer to the element of Wind the more you got to learn of him, because one of the funniest things is that he's a weirdly free spirit by virtue of he's gonna go immediately chase after this enemy rather than stay at home and be a king. It's like, no, he needs to go and throw hands. Which is a lot more free-spirited and more like a Wind, like more like the Wind. You know, the one I'm thinking of is how Sonic is. Because Sonic's called the Knight of the Wind. You know, it's like, I know it's like pulling from like that game in specific, but I think that actually holds well for Albert, is that it's not that he is carefree, it's that wherever his justice takes him, he's going to go chase it. And the fact that Lavitz's killer is out there, he's like, no, I'm going to go handle him. Lavitz's killer is out there. He's like, well, Albert's going to go out and handle that. And the Wind is going to take him there. And it's like, I think that works well. And I think that's because you look at the other characters and how they are like their elements. And it's interesting because you can see where the connections are. Because Rose, I think, is dealing with a lot of internal strife, so having darkness be her element is really good. And Shauna being a painfully bright character works well for her. Let's see, actually, I'm gonna take this. You know what? This item thing is gonna look horribly unorganized by the end of it, so I'll have to move things around later. But let's do this. Let's see. I'll just name it. Let's see. But I think that when you take cues from the elements, it's about interpretation. And I think the way that it is handled by Albert, I think it works really well. I think they make it intriguingly. I think they make really good choices by showcasing an interpretation of wind being, I'm going to, you know, take off at a moment's notice about something. You know, like, and Albert talks a lot, you know, it's like, he's a yapper, and that's great. Okay, let's see. I think I'm just gonna name it Page. Let's do like Page 1. We'll just do this really quick. I can placeholder it right now. I'm not too worried. This is a page. I have deleted myself once again. Hang on. Unfortunate. Yoink. I think Albert, though, is a great character. I think one thing that The Legend of Dragoon does lack, which I don't think is a bug but more a feature, is that I think the characters are growing. They grow in power and they grow in understanding, but in a weird way, it kind of feels like the only character with an arc, with like a arc that is changing who they are as a person, is Rose. I can agree. I don't have that much insight to pull from, so I can just say how saw all the other in-game characters and their elements. I think, like I said earlier, Rose. I think Rose is an interesting case. I'm gonna put her to the back for a moment. I think Dart being passionate and like really caring and being a bright spot in people's world, I think that's why fire works for him, because he's not a hothead in the same way that other fire element characters are, because it feels like he's supposed to be a beacon. He's supposed to be the one that brought everyone together, and I think that works really well for him. And in the case of, because Meru has basically the water ice, and I think the fact that she's constantly moving from place to place and doesn't like to sit still fits well with water. And ice is in a similar position, because I think people forget that glaciers move. Glaciers are constantly moving. So ice is too a moving force. And I think that water and ice being in a person fits. I think Kongol's the easiest, where it's like he's big, strong, and steady. And he's he's stalwart. And I think that fits well. And thinking about, and I think like Shauna's another like very, very pure character. That's why the light magic works for her. The Silver Dragon works really well. I think Hashel with lightning is interesting, because lightning is not, its associations are curious, because when you think about martial artists, I think the thing with martial artists to me is that when you're talking about how you're following 1063. Well, thank you for joining the library. I hope you're having a good day. How are you doing today? Hope things are well. Hope things are well. Imagine a lot of people are very confused by the fact that I am actually working for once. I'm good, just being a lazy turd. Oh, I feel that. Some days you just gotta be a little bit. You gotta be a little easy. You gotta take it a little easy, you know? I get that. Can't fault it whatsoever. All right, we're gonna we need 13 of these, so gonna make a bunch of these. We need 13 pages in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I won't go too far into, I guess I could probably name them properly. This is just a placeholder though, so I won't be too up in arms about getting the names down. I just realized every time I press a key, it's gonna change my hat. I'm gonna change forms a bunch in a row really quick. my box is sticking through the game. Oh no, I'm sticking right through. Hang on, let me fix that. Wait, hang on. That's actually tough. I don't know how I'm gonna set that up. Yeah, that's bad. Oh well. Then again, I did not check this when I had the box last time, so I'll need to check that for later. Oh well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know. Yeah, so hearing your insight on things, I'm glad I could pick your brain during this. Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like of all the streams to pick my brain, the one where I'm doing the least amount of like heavy brain work is probably the best time. Because this is probably like the best time to pick my brain on things anyway. Just because this is one of those times where I'm not stressing over additions or battles or trying to learn a new game. You know, it's like, oh no, I'm just genuinely able to sit and answer stuff on like anything. So I think it's probably the best time. It's probably the best time to ask questions where I need to think a lot, because I'm not doing a ton of, like, I'm still thinking ahead on this, but I'm not so caught up in my work that I'm like unable to answer things. Let's see. Oh, you know what I should do? I should double check that these are going to the right spot. I remember this is one of those first songs I wrote, and I do love it a lot still. This is actually, I think this might have been, I remember distinctly asking a friend of mine about the chord, like the chord progression itself. And he actually was very helpful to me on that regard. He's also one of my best friends. He's awesome. Very cool. Let's see. Copy. And he does really cool stuff. He does Broadway stuff. It's really cool. My friends are awesome. It's one of those things where it's like I think about like the people in my life, and it's like I surrounded myself with a lot of really fun and interesting people, and I'm happy with that. Dude, the additions got commonplace to me over time. That's something I want to point out on them, but I'm being patient on it before making a comment. I feel like whenever it comes to someone's favorite game, there's always like that. It's nice that most people, because like I haven't run into anyone, you know, knock on wood, that I haven't run into anybody on a stream where they accidentally mess something up for a game I'm playing, even if it's their favorite. Like they say something too early. I have not had that happen, you know, where it's like, it's always like excitement tempered by, I don't want to taint your first playthrough of my favorite game by giving something up too early. And I think that's always, I'm always welcoming of that, because it's like whenever it comes to, especially games that people are really like, you know, they grew up with, I always try to approach them with the mind to say, okay, what do they have? You know, what's going on with this one? Because I want to know why it's your favorite. Oh, jeez, excuse me. Because when someone says, it's like, oh, this is my favorite game, this was my favorite game as a kid, it's like, dude, I want to know why. And I like coming in with the mindset that it's someone's favorite for a reason, right? It's what I always say. You know, it's like every game is someone's favorite. You're close to it though on accident. Yeah, probably. I feel like some things with game mechanics, I feel like it's usually I end up finding stuff very like on accident. Oh geez. Yeah, we're gonna change the footstep sound in this building, because these carpets, I want this to be like gentle, soft footsteps. But I want them to be audible enough where it's still loud. I'm liking the layouts already though. I do like how the library looks right now. Yeah, this is good. I'm liking this. There we go. Okay, let me test my theory. Oh, you can see it from here. Oh, I see. Okay, but you can't see the stairwell. See, that's what I was thinking of, is if you can't see the stairwell up here, that's good. Because that means, so here's a trick I've learned how to do that I think it's devious and it's very funny, is that because in RPG Maker you can just move a character on the map like at the snap of a fingers, you can essentially switch you can switch out the map the moment that you want the player to be in a different space that looks exactly the same. And some cases it's like, oh, well, you know, it's like it might be unwise, but the thing I want to do with this is that if I can set this up so that you go back outside of the library and you aren't finding the stairwell, that's where I think I'm like, okay, no, I have this time, you know, that like, because what I want it to be is that when they go back up here, that instead of this, you know, this corner, it just stretches out, you know, it goes on, you know, it goes on for a while, right? And now I do have to tip my hand a little bit so I can explain how I'm going to make this hallway this space much larger. I need to showcase something in the test area that is a little bit, it's like I kind of have to showcase it a little because I think it's one of my favorite pieces of sleight of hand that I've mastered, that I've like learned and mastered at this point. Okay, so we have this hallway. These events here are very important. So what we'll do is I'll set myself to start in the test room so you guys can see what I'm doing. But I hope that everyone finds it. I hope everyone is like having a good day, having a good night. And I also hope that everybody's I hope for everyone listening in that this is intriguing to take a gander at, because this is very early in this game's development. I'm very much... Oh, hallway value set to 5. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Tom berries are ability to do damage equal to the said character's guard value. I have it most 6. Oh, I see. Let's grab the flashlight. Okay, I'll need to use keyboard so I don't have to keep clicking. Okay, so this hallway. Let me show you what is going on with this hallway. So you guys already saw how large it was when we were in there earlier, but as you can see, still, we were just walking. Now, I'm gonna walk back. And this trick right here is one of the trippiest of effects I've figured out. And it's like, some of it's helped a little bit by the darkness of the screen. A little bit, you know, just a tiny bit, a little. It's helped by the darkness a little. But I can also showcase that I think I tested it. I did test it a little bit with, hang on. I was gonna turn blue for a moment, hang on. Daytime. As I recall, I believe it works in light settings as well. Because it's not about the lighting, it's about the tiling. It's about the tiling on the map. So as long as I can set it up so that the tiling on the map is just right, so you can't see what I'm doing, I can make the hallway do that. This is one of those things where I have to very precisely get, it's sort of like watching parallax elements in a movie. You know, when you see the background passing by and it loops seamlessly. It's doing that, but with this hallway. And the nice thing about tile sets in video games is that you can do this very easily. Where as long as you have a space that repeats and you have a spot that's exactly the same in each one, you can make this like back and forth movement very seamless. And this movement here, it's very easy to do this seamlessly. One thing that is important though is that, see how all right, so just to, I guess to show a little bit more, see this this wall here. So this wall is actually a check, because if the wall is up one tile, you would actually see the corners of it, which is very strange. People suggest using magic signet stone. 3-turn no action, speed up or speed down to have an edge. Some are immune to magic or physical. I just read it. You're not going for them specifically. Yeah, it's like, well, it gets back to the Dragoon stuff. The Legend of Dragoon, I think some of the mechanics have done well to be not like there isn't one particular style or mechanic that feels required, which is good. I think role-playing games, if you feel like you are being pigeonholed into a singular playstyle, I think the game has failed you. Like, I think that's where a game kind of stops. It kind of feels like, oh, I have to take up this playstyle or I'm not allowed to finish. And I think that can feel really bad, you know? It feels a little less, like you're at the helm and more like, oh, I need to kowtow to the game's mechanical desires, which is like, that's not ideal, you know? Like that's less than ideal, all things considered. Let's see. So we have this. So let's see. What is this song? What's this name again? Moon Guide of Stars. Oh, I remember this one. Now I'm remembering. I remember the name now. Like it was like, oh, okay, yes. I guess for everybody who doesn't know, all the music that's been on stream up to this point, all like, I think at this point, it's all 3 hours of stream. I have had only music I've written on. So, if any of it interests you, there's a link to the Bandcamp on the About section of the Twitch. So I hope that it's of interest. Yep, I agree. Yeah, I think some role-playing games, it feels sad when you have to give up your favorite abilities because you know that you have to swap out. I mean, heck, even with Shin Megami Tensei 5, it doesn't feel like my playstyle has been a poor decision, you know? It feels like, oh no, I've done a good job of working with what I've been given. Let's see. I need to add items. So we'll do add page 1. Okay. Page 1 plus 1. That's wild. And I'll add a text box, but I'll wait to type it up. You know what I could do actually is do a quick event and just use that really quick. It's not great. I don't like using the quick event stuff like dialogue, but it's fine. Treasure, item. It doesn't really matter. Just do this really quick. Copy. Okay, delete. We'll say I do need to go to the bathroom really quick, so I'm going to BRB for a moment. So one memento. I'm going to leave the music on. Yeah, leave the music on. Okay, one moment. I do have to go to the bathroom because I am feeling it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. On the way up and down, I was thinking about, like, you know, like, as my dad used to say, like, lavos las manos, and it's just funny because I was thinking about, like, I hate touching keyboards, controllers, or like phones with like anything on my hands. You know, it's like lotion, any like grime or ick or grossness. It's like I don't want to touch anything. Conversely, I also hate it when people touch my. I don't like it when people touch my my stuff like that. Like, dude, I would not touch anything. Let's see. When I read about the spells, I like how all 3 healing characters have been made in a unique way. Shauna got nerfed hard for what she can do, sadly. I feel like Shauna might have ended, like, I feel like they realized she had too much sauce going, she had too much going on. We'll just... I'll type it as is found, because I prefer is found. Because I definitely prefer present tense when I'm talking in games. A lot of the writing up to this point, I have preferred to keep. I prefer to keep present tense writing because the story is happening now. Anything that happens is happening now, and I find it to be. I find it personally egregious when you're reading a story. And I think past tense, it's not that past tense is bad. It's not that stories written in past tense are automatically bad. It's more like, I think it's easier to write an active speaking voice when you're writing in the present tense rather than past tense. It is definitely a personal thing. I think it's because I was taught writing in a very, because to me, like, stories live and breathe. You know, video games live and breathe. So it feels like a slight against the story to place it as an event that has already happened, rather than an event that is happening in this moment. I think it's different though when, like, because some games are able to do both. I think of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, because it's technically in the past, it's all in the past tense, but it's all happening right now because he's telling the story. And that works really well. Okay, so what we're gonna do is make a new map. We're gonna call it, let me grab the name. Edit. Copy. New. 32. That's exactly it. Max damage is basically she can one-shot all enemies, revive 2 fallen characters, and fully heal any non-fallen party members. Yeah, I think the fact that because I think not having additions meant that her attack power is probably gonna be a lot higher at some point, and I think that's a little wild. Okay, let's see how it does with this. I want to see how it does with 100. Her final spell. Yeah, it's like, that's pretty awesome actually. Library 4F. All right, in code though, I have to write it as underscore. Let's call it G. Let's call it underscore G for now. I think G for game will work for now because I can't. I can change the organization of this later, but I think this is good. Okay, let's grab this. So what we're gonna do is take this and we're gonna make it a lot scarier by just being huge. Here we are. There we go. So now we have this. Now we have all this extra room up here. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna grab this. Grab this sector. Like this. Actually, what I could do actually is, hang on. Let me grab this top section and put it at the top of the map, just so I can keep it for later. Second spell is light-based Albert spell. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, now I have that set aside for later. Very good. Okay. Ah. What'd I do? Oh, I messed up. That's what. That's what I did. I messed up. I see. I understand. We don't need to. I don't need to go too far with it. I just want to see how this looks. Okay. So now the plan is I'm going to use that same hallway trick, but I want to do it vertically. So the problem is I need to find out how to tile it just right so that when the player comes back down, because I'm not going to need all this space. What I do want is some leg room to, you know, test things. I want some room to test things out, but I think being able to see where this is going to be key. Because I just need to see where a good looping point is. So I think the looping point is going to be where it's like, okay, this is important. It's important to get that the loop down. Page 1 is found, and then I want I want to see if I can get a seamless transfer. I think that's the goal, is to get a seamless transfer. Do this. Is it? It's right here. What are the coordinates of that? 1520. Okay. 1590. Well, 15 is good. Okay. And then what I'll do is make a new event page and set the cell switch A. New cell switch A on. There we go. So then I do have the plan that I do have the idea that if the player comes, because the end of the level will be getting like coming down the stairs out of like a certain spot and popping up in the original first floor of like popping up, but coming out onto the first floor of the library proper. So you come out here. I am planning on adding some NPCs, so what I will do is some test stuff. Let me add some NPCs so we can, I want to add some NPCs so we can see how they look in the setting. I will say I did my best to make some normal looking people, but I don't know how well I did, I'll be honest. I think my one goal though was to have it spells Angel's Prayer and Healing Fog at the same time. Oh, very good. I think Shin Megami Tensei 5 has been doing a good job of also keeping, like, I think it's different when you have a large array of characters that could be party members versus singular party members that are limited in scope in terms of numbers. Like it's the difference between characters like something like Pokemon or Shin Megami Tensei, where you have hundreds of possible team combinations for each game, and something like Legend of Dragoon or Final Fantasies, where you only have so many party members to bring along. And I think that does fundamentally alter how you approach the game. We'll set some people on chairs so we can see how they look. I'm gonna put one on here just so I can see how bad it looks. Bow wow. And but it's one of those things where you have to kind of consider. Oh, whoops! Oh, forgot to set the starting position back here. Position player. Let me set that back. There we go. But I think one thing I am going to try and do with this game also is I want more of my scares to be in daylight, you know? Like, it sounds counterintuitive, but what I find often is that there are ways to scare players that you can only really get it by having the player be able to see exactly what they're about to be dealing with, right? Yeah, so I think I have an idea to handle the chairs that are like this. I think. Part of me wants to say that the chairs facing up like this should be... Let me try changing something in the tile set really quick, because I want to try something. Tile set. Let me just try something. I don't know if I'll keep it this way, but we'll see. It's in B. Let's see. Let's set it to this one. Set it to... Oh, wait, no. Ah, there we go. Star. Okay, let's see if this looks the way I want it to. I'm curious if it will. Let's see. But party-based RPGs, and as in like parties of 6 to 7. Did I do it on the wrong chair? Or am I a little silly? How do you feel about the lore so far, though? I think the lore is pretty good. I definitely think that it's got some good stuff going on. Let's see. Name as players. Can I do below characters? Does that do? Let me see real quick. I'm curious what is going on here. Can I get him to sit in the chair? That doesn't work. Okay. Why does this chair refuse to function properly? Am I using the wrong... No, I'm using the right one. Curious why this is doing this, though. I thought that changing the tile set to star would make it work the way as intended. I mean, I could check that really quick in with something else. Hang on. I think the lore of Legend of Dragoon is pretty cool. I definitely think high fantasy settings, you have to do a lot. I think there's always a bit of heavy lifting one has to do to make it feel like a serious world. And I think fantasy writers got way too insecure about it. I think it's nice that it really does feel like the writers on Legend of Dragoon felt very comfortable. They clearly felt very confident and okay with the story they were telling. I think you can sort of tell when a fantasy writer is expecting someone to not take them seriously. You know, where they expect that somebody's going to try and make jokes or something. Okay, so these are not working the way they intend, as I intend. That's interesting. Why is this tile set not doing that? Why does it want to do this? Or am I just crazy? You know what I will do? Let me try it one more time. Edit. Parallel. I'll have him step forward really quick just to see if this fixes it. Just to see. I just want to see what it does. Move up and then control cell switch on. Paste. Delete and delete. Okay. See if that works. Make sure the tile set's set properly. But I think all fantasy lore requires you to suspend your disbelief. And I think some modern fantasy writers feel like they don't expect players to do so. You know, I think there's this expectation that players will be trying to nitpick their work. You know, I think that's what it feels like. And I always feel very bad when that happens, because it feels like the writer might have gotten laughed at once or twice too many times, and now to put it nicely, they're going to make it someone else's problem that they got laughed at once, by making the story feel a little less confident. Maybe if I... you know, hang on, let me try. I'm going to try something really quick. So let me leave that. Let me try something, because I'm going to add something really quick. Inside City C. I have the splatter stuff too. I have a lot of art assets, so I have a lot of things to work with. Let me add this as a D section really quick. Let me try something, because I'm curious if it would work as intended. I don't think it will, but I just want to. It's not even that important. It's just I'm just curious how it'll work. I'm just curious if it would do what I hope it would. I'm curious if it would do what I want it to do. Did I choose the right one? Oh, this is C. Oh, I need B. Oops. B. Oh. Okay, D. This. Oh, that might be part of the problem, right? Oh, it's on 5th. Oh, that's why it's... Oh, that's why it wasn't... Oh, I'm an idiot. Hang on, I'm an idiot. That's... I should have noticed that. That one I should have noticed. That's hilarious. It's the wrong tile set. No wonder it wasn't working properly. It was the wrong tile set, you dork. No wonder... And I wouldn't have noticed, because they're very similar. Yeah, I can get rid of this, though. Get rid of that. And then go to here. Do this. Apply. You dork. Yeah, the other ones weren't like that. Just got home. Oh, very good. Let's see. There we go. I'm now realizing why that... Because I must have set that one up with a different tile set before I had made this one the first one. Makes a lot more sense. Bow, 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 bow. Also, you got started on Hashel element and got sidetracked. Yes, no, you're right, because I was talking about Hashel, how Hashel feels element-wise. I think Hashel's element is weird because lightning is... It's funny because I actually wrote about it in the newest book I did. Because I said something along the lines... Oh, wow. He's just under the chair. Oh god, that is not correct. That is inaccurate. Oof. Yeah, you're like under the chair when you do that, huh? Like, you're not even, it's not like halfway through, it's like under the chair. It's a tough one. Okay, we might just need a... I'll tuck that away for later, but I'll just change it back while I'm thinking of it. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, I think Haschel, though, the way I would put it is it feels like it's like his element is the one of, it's like the best way to describe it is that lightning as an element is usually associated with fire because of the nature of it, but I find that lightning is not the same. Like electricity is a different person, you know? It's when lightning cuts loose, it is chasing the point it's already destined to go to. And in a way, I think that's martial arts to a T. You know, where martial arts is, you know, where your fist is going to land long before the attack is initiated. And I think that fits Haschel well. But it also requires you to put everything on the line in order to do that move, to do those moves, right? Like to be willing to commit fully to an attack that could very easily bring devastation. That's not easy. And I think that that fits well with what Haschel does as a character. You know? And I think I can't believe it's the first 3 hours of stream cry. Aw, Julian. Well, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well today. So the summary today, we've had a good number of conversations about various things. We've been talking a lot about different games, different game design stuff, and we've also been talking about Legend Dragoon. And so far, I've done a couple of like small maps at this point. I've just been kind of taking my time though, because I want to go over my process as well as, you know, reaffirming what I'm trying to do. Okay, one thing I'm looking forward to when the maps don't do that, because I do have that turned off in the game itself. It doesn't show the map name up in the top corner, but we've been doing we've gotten some good work done today. I'm actually quite proud of what's been done so far. Okay, besides the text showing up in the screen in the top, is this going to be page 1 is found? Okay, let's see if it worked. Let's see if I... Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun and funky. I like that. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I like that. Okay, that the fact that the only thing giving it away was the... Let's see, actually, you know what I could do really quick is on this map. Where is it on the... I know it's on the survey level. Where is it? Change map display. Let me take this and put it over here, just so I don't have to deal with it here too. Just so I can turn it off here as well. But yeah, we've gotten some good work done today. We've gotten some stuff done. I'm very proud of what I've got so far. This game is still very work in progress, but a lot of the tech is feeling good. I think I'm learning some new tricks for different things. I know that some of the tech is going to be more focused on getting the aesthetic down. So I'm happy that things are really coming together. Ha. Okay. Let's see how the transition looks this time. Oh yeah, no, there's no divide between those. That is awesome. Yeah, that is awesome. I like that, because that's just an instant seamless switch, you know. And I know that I can make that even better by doing some, because I'm gonna do some story stuff as well. Like, oh yeah, you know, you got the page, time to take it home, and then you just start walking in this much larger liminal space. So I think that is gonna be great. Oh, let me stretch really quick. Oh, jeez. I think this is looking great so far. But I'm not going to do a whole lot of because usually when I'm working on a level, I also do a lot of the writing and the other setup. One thing I will do, I'm going to look around this level really quick so I can show you guys how the lighting engine's going to look as we get closer. Where's the auto? Where's the auto? Here it is. Very good, very good. Dody, as they say. There, I'm gonna skip this one. Just because. Oh, Rosewind! Yeah, I want to listen to this one. I love this song. I'm sorry. I am my own hype man, but I love this song. All right. So just to showcase the lighting engine a little more that I'm working with, the Shora lighting engine. Oh yeah, I like that. I like this. I like this a lot. I'm a big fan of this. I'm tempted to make this a little bit, to make those a little smaller, but I like that. Wow, nice. I do like the lighting engine. I haven't finished setting up all the lights yet, I don't think. Let me double check. Did I set up the lights over here? I did! Oh, I was being a good boy. Oh. God, it looks so freaking good. I haven't gotten these ones yet. Ah, I see. Yeah, I'm liking how that looks so far. That is, I'm liking that a lot. Look at that. Yeah, and this, so with this particular chapter, I am planning on doing some time shenanigans a little bit, just by like, where I'm gonna have a day section and a night section, and the scary part is going to start in the night section and bleed into the day section. Because I had a sort of set piece moment idea set up for this map, and I'm very much looking forward to working on it a little bit more, you know, fleshing it out some. I do feel like I feel like one of these should be a normal light instead of the red and green stuff. I don't know. I like having it the red and green there though. Like these. I like these a lot actually. I think it's funny. Might be a little hard to see for you, or it might be hard to see for some at some points, but I think the thing I prefer when it comes to darkness in video games is having a good threshold for like bright rooms and dark rooms, and that you should have extreme brightness and extreme darkness and be able to move in the ranges therein. I think it's very easy to accidentally keep things like too safe, if that makes sense. Oh, Nahama, you got second. That's excellent. But I think it's very easy for devs to not to limit their range of how dark something can be and how bright something can be. I think brightness, you know, it's good to have brightness have a little bit of a more strict cap than darkness. I think darkness, if you can get as close to pure dark as you can, I think that's way better. I think that's way better. Let's see. All right, I guess I should also, the thing I should double check also is how, because I have it so I can skip the survey right now, so I can, because I like having all these test values. I can just run the game from here and see how it's doing. I don't have any music implemented yet though, because I haven't written any yet for the game. I'm thinking that I'm gonna be doing that. I might start doing a little bit of it soon. I've been kind of jumping all over the place with the game's work right now. But some of that's just been because it's just because of the way that I've been working on it. But oh, you know what I should do actually? Let's see if like on stream, let's see if I can solve this really quick. Hang on. So what we're gonna do. What is this one? Dream Suite. Oh, I haven't heard this one in a while. This one's from Dream Suite. That's album G, so that would be, what was that one again? Etudes. Yeah, that would have been like the second newest one. Huh. Kind of sounds like Ace Attorney music. It just kind of occurred to me in my head that I was like, oh yeah, it's Ace Attorney music. Right, let me go grab the code from here. Let's see. So if players facing, so this one would be if players facing up. Let's see. So let me copy this variable. Let me copy this event rather. Sorry. So let's see if we can get this to do what I want. The main thing is trying to find a looping point, right? Let me see how I do it in the hub world really quick. So it's basically, I want these to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one has it so there's 8 spaces between it, and there's a looping point where the tile you're standing on is the exact same as another tile you're standing on. So let's see. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's be somewhere up here, right? Let's see if this. Let's see how this works. Diddly-diddly-do. Gibba-dabba-dee, as they say. Let's see. Oh wait, you know what? I just realized there's 2 parts of this. There's 2 parts of this. There are 2 parts to this thing. Let's see. Players facing left equals 0. Yep, I see. Copy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Let's see. Oh, so there's 8 between them. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, oh, I want to I would want to reverse this. I see. There we go. Down. There we go. Okay, okay. Players facing up. Yeah, this code is... This actually has to use a little bit of actual written code, but... Let's see. Let me think. I think it's just... I think it'd be... Wait, would it be +7? Let me see real quick. Would it be +7 or -7? It would be plus. I think. If player is facing up. I'm trying to see if this is correct. I'm reading. I'm trying to make sure I remember how this works precisely. Yeah, so I'd want it to be +7. I'd want this to be +7. I think so. It'd be y +7 +7, and this I'd want to turn back to this .x, and then camera.center. I feel like angsty about these negotiations. I want to see the point. Yeah. I have been... I kind of just recognize that this is the this is just... It's a lot. The best way I could put it is that I think I recognize well that it's not a space for me to indulge in. I think a lot of that though is just because I recognize it's just not my space to... It's not my battleground. But I think it's much more that I kind of know myself well to say that, like, yeah, I don't think it's going to help. I don't think I have enough information or right information to just make calls about it, you know? Wait, wait, cancel. Did I set the right starting point? I did not. Oh wait, no, I set it to the hub world. Yeah, we'll just start from here. Well, I want to take... Oh wait, no, I do need to start from the hub world because I need to generate the value. Okay. Well, we'll do this really quick because we can check ourselves really quick before we wreck ourselves. Save the game. All right, we just need a value generated. Okay, we're gonna skip the dialogue because I just want to get to the point. I want to get to the stuff I want to test, so the dialogue is gonna skip. Does give me a chance to look at the intro again, though. I will say, I think I definitely did a different job on audio design, because I definitely cranked the volume for ambience this time. All right. Yep. All right. All right. This is actually the intro of the game right now, as it stands. I'm liking how this looks right now. I'm liking the... I'm really liking how this looks. I like this little guard, this like little entryway. It reminds me a lot of the Haunting of Hill House, like the... Oh, I need to get that loop a little better. The way that the wind loops, I need to cut it a little sooner and loop it better. I'd rather it be a seamless loop. Hello. Hello, it's hello again. There we go. Okay, I don't need to talk to him right now, I just need to go. Hello. Open the door. Oh, oh, it's a little bit off on the onset. Oh, there he is. There he is. He's driving a little bit awkwardly, but that's okay. I might need to adjust. I'll adjust that later. All right, cool. You know, I just realized how much of a mistake it would have been if I stepped out on the road again. But yeah, no, I feel you, Julian. I get that. I think in some ways it's kind of why I avoid some of the more political topics on stream, because I kind of recognize that I think my streams are a good place to step out of it for a little bit, because I think there's a lot of fear out in the world right now, and I think just being a place where somebody can step out of it for a little bit, I think that's good. You know, I think it's just I think for some of us we do need it, you know. Let's see if I got the loop. Oh, there's a stutter. Blech. That's gross. That's a stutter. Okay, so I guess reverse the numbers then? I would want to reverse these numbers. Yeah, I think I want to reverse how these are. So do +8. Do +8 on here and then do +7 over here, maybe? 7. Try that. If players facing left. Oh, because you need to go up. Oh, no, it's if they're facing down, that's what it is. Down. There we go. Let's see if that works. Don't know where to go for any decent analyses. Well, I think for me personally, I think with when it comes to world politics, when it comes to the internet and in the entire world having opinions, I don't think it's a matter of finding someone else's analyses that will bring the answers closer. Yeah. I know that I mess with the camera a lot. It's fine. I messed with the camera by trying to run too fast like an idiot. But I think when it comes to world politics, I tend to default to I think trying to approach it by finding other opinions doesn't always rend good results. If you're holding down the button and you double speed the cutscenes, it's really funny. Just like meow. Dang it. But I think it's mainly because I think when the world's screaming and going crazy, the first place we look in is inside. Someone said he exempted computer parts because they're needed to build manufacturing capability. I'm struggling to understand how he decided on the exceptions. You know, I don't know. Ah, there's a stutter still. Yeah, it's a stutter. Yeah. How am I gonna fix the stutter? Do. I think some of it's just position more than anything, huh? Maybe something like this. Stutter. It's not awful though. Maybe this is still correct. I just need to... I think this might have been just right. I just need to... Let's see if I can get it. I think it might just be a it might be a distance thing because of how this is set up, but we'll see. We'll see. It feels bad. I feel bad that I have to keep going, like zipping through the intro again though, but I need that value to see. Infinite hallway trick. Yeah, basically. The main thing I've been using it for is saving resources so I don't have to make a hallway big. But the other thing is that it makes it so that the hallway is different sizes based on... Oh, well, I forgot that the camera's still zooming down. It's fine. Okay. It's more specifically a way for me to artificially extend them one way and kind of make them shorter in one direction and longer in another. Bing bong. Go. Hello, old man. Yeah, we're gonna run through here really quick. I do think the levels, I do think this intro is looking pretty good though. I think I'm liking what this is putting down already. I think it being a liminal space is going to be very helpful. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's still a stutter though, so it's not looping properly. 6, 7, 8. So this is the distance that I remembered using. So let's see. So it's setting player position to Y plus 7. So it'd be, so when he touches this, it's 77. So Y plus 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Ah, it's putting it here. So I think I want this to be plus 8, actually. I think I want this to be plus 8. That might work. No, I don't want to hit contents. No, it's going to open Chrome. Get out of here. I'll play this one more time. All right, we're good. All right. But I like this trick just because it allows me to do something. It allows me to more efficiently use space that I want to utilize later, like, because the rest of the space I want to actually use for different layouts, and it's going to be important that I use the layout. I want to use the floor space more efficiently, so it's going to be important that I can get the looping right, because I want to be able to get looping down for both vertical and horizontal motion. And I don't know how many players will have discovered the other hallways that do this before they get to that point. I'm liking I do like how the light looks in here. I think having warm color lights in here is good. All right, one more time with Verve. I probably should just make a thing and set the values myself in here so I don't have to keep running through, but I think it's nice to run through the house again and just see how I'm feeling about it. Yeah, well, I think I do need to add the light objects to this area too. Stuck in head. What is that tile trying to trigger? Okay, so I'll showcase it really quick here. So if it works right, I'll see. We'll get it. Let's see. Okay, so as we walk up, it should be looping us back to an earlier part of the hallway. Ah, see, it's stuttering. So I'm curious why it stutters vertically but not horizontally. So essentially what it should be doing is when I walk up this way, it should be, yeah, see, it should put me back to another point on the map. Basically what it should be, oh, I see why the stutter is more prevalent. I see. Hang on. I think I see what I need to do. Hang on. Take this up here. Take this up here. I think it's because of the camera. I think it's the camera. Hang on. Playtest. Let me see if my theory works. Hang on. I have an idea. So I'll showcase what it's supposed to look like on the horizontal scale by using the manner. I'll use the map to showcase it. So let's see. Read through this again. Yeah, I will say I feel like this camera movement, if I could speed up the camera, I might make the camera movement, like, if it's like, I feel like I might do a thing where it's like, if it says that you've played the game before, I might make the camera movement faster. Just so I can use that as a way to skip around. Alrighty, in we go. Okay, let's grab, I'll grab the flashlight. You know what, I'll grab the flashlight. Flashlight, very cool. Thank you, Ichabod. I'll see you later. This place isn't lit yet. I haven't lit this area yet. Apologies. Ah, here we are. Okay, let me showcase what is going on with this hallway. So, hallway takes a very long time to walk down, and then when I turn back around, it takes less time to go one way down the hallway than going the other way. I can showcase again. Hit the corner and then turn around. And I'm already back there, see? And that's what I'm trying to do vertically as well. I think it's a little harder to hide when it's brighter, but I think I can do it because I've done it in bright areas before. I can do it in brightness as well, horizontally. For some reason, though, this particular one is being a little a bit difficult. Meow, meow. Rondon. Gonna go. Where did I end up? I know this mansion well. How did I run like that? All right, now then. All right. And open the door. There we go. There we go. All right, and we're gonna see if I can get it working this time. I think this trick is one of those, like, this is very simple. It's very simple, but I think it's just that I like the notion though of putting somebody in a space. I think it's because it allows me the ability to control space that I think will allow me to do some fun stuff. I think having the ability to warp space this way will be very cool. It's close. It's close. Okay, it's very close. I think... Does it still say 8? Yeah, let me try setting this to 7 again. Set it to 7. Y plus 7. Let's see if that works. I think this time, though, I'll just... yeah, this time I'll really quickly in the auto... change variables, control variables. I'll just set... but do hallway value. I think like 3 is reasonable. I think there's a 3. 3 should be reasonable, at least enough for me to see. New. Wait, no, not new. That's starting position. Ayor. Oh. Yeah, very good. But basically, the idea is that I want the player to be put back in a position where, when they're moving up the map, that they do not know that they have been moved backwards in the map. It's sort of like the Mario 64 staircase, right? That's kind of what the effect is that you're using the Mario 64 staircase idea and using it in with a different application. Whereas rather than trying to make an infinite hallway or an infinite stairwell, it's that I want to make a space that doesn't quite add up. I want to be able to make the player question how big the space really is. Okay, let's see if I got it right this time. I'm gonna walk just to make sure that I can see it go at both speeds. Okay. Oh, the teleport down was a little janky. Let me see. See it again. Yeah, there's still a teleport though, huh? There's like that jitter. Interesting that the jitter only happens on a vertical movement though. That's weird. What is up with that? Why does it do that? So why does it do that? I think the movement is just about right though. So, You know what we'll do though is let's do this real quick so I can trying to figure out exactly why it feels so jittery. Because it doesn't normally do that. So maybe I can hide it with the camera movement? Game player.center. This sounds like ice music or cave area music. It kind of does. I agree. It does kind of sound like cave music. Kind of sounds like kind of gives me vibes of like the for some reason I'm thinking like Genova. I don't know why. Let's see. What if I do when you're going up, I think I want the camera to be +1. Maybe? Let me see if that works. Let me see if we'll see. What song is this one? This Man Who Is Me. I think this one's from hang on, which album is this one from? I was Gift of Surprise. So many good ones off of Gift of Surprise. Hey, Edge, how's it going today? I forgot that Gift of Surprise was like my I think that was the last album of that year. That was like my first year of writing music for myself. I think Gift of Surprise is like let me look at the wall. Yeah, it would have been the third one. Yeah, because that's the third album. I think that was like my that year was like that was the culmination of all my music writing of that first year of work. I was very proud of it. Let's see. Values are set. Alrighty. Here we go. I hope things are well, Echo. Hope things are well. This weekend has been a wellspring of good tidings. I think that's great. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this works. Ah, see? The effect doesn't seem to work as well. Frame drops. Not a frame drop, but a stutter. Is when I teleport the player back to an earlier position, there's a slight stutter. Like, I know that I could probably get it. I probably could get it right if I keep beleaguering it, but I kind of wonder if in this case it might be wiser. I'm gonna go to the Mars 4 stairs, but yeah. Well, I think in this case I don't need to. I just realized it. I think here's the thing. I think given this level in space, I don't think I need to do this. Because if we go back to let's go back to the testing room really quick so I can highlight this again, right? So I can showcase what I mean. Let's see. Set starting position. Starting position. Play test. Make sure to patch up the backwards long jump. You are right. You right. Let's have this today. I'll showcase what I mean. So in this hallway. Yeah, you can see it. See, there's no... For some reason, this movement is seamless. Because this one is seamless. Because you can see it, right? It's like there's... there's no change in here. So, So what is it about horizontal movement that works differently for this effect than vertical? Bookcases? I don't know, because the bookcases aren't that big a deal, I don't think. Oh wait, I got rid of the freaking... I got rid of the things, so... I think it might be better to just do this one, like, for lack of a better way to say it, doing it live, like doing it like this. Because I feel like this might be a better choice to do it just like, because I can just use this space to do it this way instead. I would prefer to do it the other way though, because I think it's more fun, but I'm really curious why it does that jump so much. I wonder if it is map size that... Well, no, it can't be map size because I use it here too, actually. I use it for both of these hallways. And it works just fine here, so... I don't know. It's really weird. You know what I'm gonna do real quick? So this one is if players facing right, it does the values. So let me grab this really quick and copy. Let's try it one more time, but let me see if I can't find a better looping spot. Let's see. Paste. Officer de Meow. Am I a cat now? How's it going today, Neo? Hope things are well. Let's see if we can get this working, though. I think it's possible. I think it's just being weird. I just need to figure out what is up, gamer. Let's see. Copy. Tired. I feel that. I can understand that. Some days do just take the most out of us. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like this. Paste this here. I do want to figure this out because I think it would be better to have like I want the comically large library. The library doesn't have the good sense to be the same size on the inside. Okay, so let's see. +7. I'll just keep the hat on for now. It's fine. Player, so X. This is the same. Okay. All right. So and it's if players facing up. They do this, and then if players facing up do the thing, and then if players facing down do the thing, would be the same, but now what I'm curious to is why is it being +8 volcano. Let's see, I'm curious why it's being so particular here, though. Oh, the general boss. Oh, I see, I grabbed the different one. I grabbed a different song. Let me go grab another one. There's one other one I want to grab really quick, hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Music albums. I do want the... no, it's not here. Red Genie. Is there music? Not yet in the game. Did I give myself an upgraded first channel team? Oh, very cool. Is there music? It's quiet. Yeah, I've been playing music. I've been playing music on stream. Is it quiet for you guys? I've just been playing music in the background this whole time. If it's been super quiet, I didn't know. I was just like, I just had it on the whole time. Let's see. Where is it? Ah, here it is. There we go. Excellent. Very good, very good. Yeah, I've been keeping the music down a little bit just so it's not like in the like overbearing. Just because I don't want it to get too crazy. But that's okay. Let's see. Playtest. Okay, let's see if we can get it working now. Oh, pfft. Boy. I forgot to set the starting area. Yeah, I've had music playing this whole stream, but I've been... I'm gonna listen to this real quick, because I just want to listen to it. Board is dynamic. It'll change out to second and third before locking out. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. Cool that it can be that it's like it has a dynamic functionality. That's pretty neat. That. Whoa! Oh, that's weird. Why does it let you do that? That's funny. That's interesting. Why did it let me do that? Huh. Weird. I might need to check that later. You have a game company name? No, I just publish it under my name. I don't really... it's like literally on Red Genie's under like Officer Demiki. That's just what it is. See, it only stutters after the first one. So why does it do that? It only stutters after the first one because the first one it was fine, and then after that it started stuttering. Interesting. If it equals this else, it checks it. So why does it stutter? So why does it stutter only after the first time you loop? You know what? Hang on. I have an idea really quick. Hang on. Let me grab... Oh, thank you for the triangle. I just got done watching a stream where the streamers play the same game in 3 different instances at the same time. One in Japanese, the one in English, and finally the recently remastered while doing translation comparison. Wow. It's actually kind of crazy to think about. Let me grab something really quick. Let me grab this. Okay, let me grab this. Let me bring this over to the testing room. Hang on. Okay, oh wait, no. Okay, hang on. Put this over here. And then I'll just put something so I can connect it to that. Okay. Let me grab this. Wait, alright, I guess this is very haphazard, but so it's like this, yeah? Well, let's see. 1, 2, it's the third one away from that. 1, 2, 3, something like that. Not mistaken. 1, 2, and then yeah, so 1, 2, and then this. Okay. Has streamed well, so it's nice to catch a return. Oh, that's cool. It's good to see when somebody comes back, you know. Okay, let's see. I didn't really set this up so I can check the... Yeah, the loop is gonna... It's probably gonna be a little jank, but... I mean, you know, I guess just to make sure that the loop is checked properly. You just play just 2 instances at once. Ah, I see, I see. Okay, let me do something like this. Do... Like this. Just to give myself a little bit of leg room. Like this, yeah. Okay, and then player start here. Player playtest go. Okay, let's see if we can debug this. Let's see if we can figure it out. Oh well, pfft. That's not helpful. Oh well. You know what I'll do really quick? I'll bring the button down here. I'll make another one. Edit. Is this the one that does? Yeah, this is the one that does day. Okay, so Control C. I'll just bring the button to me. I don't care. This is fine. It does save. Well, don't worry. Here's the thing. It's like I think this is the part that I should be doing. Is the debugging process is mine to do. Okay. Okay, so it stutters. Even here it stutters. So what's up with this? So what is it doing? Okay, so when you're facing up, if this value, if this hallway loop value is not equal to the jump scare hallway value. So so basically if this value is equal to this, it stops doing that. So let's see, hallway loop value. So it works exactly the same as the one over here, yes? Yes, because this one works the same. So if it does this, if right, if it's not, then if they're facing right, it does this. If it's equal to this, then it's good. So what is this? So what is it with vertical movement that I'm guessing removing the bookcases would make it almost not noticeable? Well, that's the thing, is that I think that's kind of true with any, because that is kind of the trick I pull up here, is that I have nothing on the walls so that so there's no discernible way to tell. But with the bookshelves, I think it kind of makes me wonder, if I'm gonna do this, it's like, okay, how would I do it with items in the world, right? So how do I parallax it in a way that you can't notice it from here? Let's see. I'm just gonna play, it's fine. I don't know what it's doing. Let's see. I'm gonna turn that off for now. I'm gonna go find something. I need to find something a little bit more chill. My brain needs to work. This one will do. This will do. Okay. I need something a little bit more chill for my brain right now. So I guess the question is, if I can get this value so that it's not as noticeable a jump, that would be fine. Let me see if tweaking the value will help. Like, let's see. Let's just test that first. Maybe the trigger tiles need to be further apart. Let's see. Let's see. So let's test your theory. Let's leave the value as is. And then let's see if this works. It's on your head. It's a hat. Some people wear them for style. I wear them for power. What was that? Was that a card box? Oh, that was Nonaka's box. Where is it? Here it is. Nonaka's box from Stella Glow. Oops. It's Nonaka's box from... we played the game a while ago, but Stella Glow. That might be one we do go back and replay at some point. I really want to replay it. Oh, well, that one would have... Okay, hang on. I need to loop this a little bit further. Let's see. How about I do... Move this down and move this up. Move this down. Okay, let's try it again. If we debug this, it might work. We might be able to get a proper setup. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's see. No, it's... Okay, so... I think the distance is okay. Distance might be okay. I'm wondering if with verticality, the camera doesn't move fast enough to keep up. Let's try this really quick. I'm gonna try messing with the values a little bit and see if we can get... something that feels right this way. Some of it might just be, I might need to move the camera first, maybe? Or maybe adjust the camera to do something specific. Okay, wait, was there... Hang on. Huh, okay, the stutter... Okay, so that got the stutter away on the vertical. Oh, okay. I see. So that got rid of the stutter on the vertical, so... Why though? It's kind of like, okay, but why though? Right? Like what's different here that makes it work? So, why does it work here? Let me confirm. Let's confirm it, shall we? Okay, let's try sprinting. Okay, it works vertically. Okay, so why does it do that? I think, okay, if I'm not mistaken, let me check something. Let me see something. All right, it's gonna take a little bit. Let me run back up to the other spot. Hello, dog. Oh, piece of the poker table. Yeah, so this hallway, I see. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that the ratio. Funny thing, this is another case of ratios. The ratio you can move horizontally without noticing is different than the distance you can move vertically, because the vertical camera, the camera seems to have different properties when you're moving vertically versus horizontally, which now makes a lot more sense, because the camera, when it moves horizontally, doesn't actually need to, it doesn't have wiggle room for the player as much as vertical. Because when you're moving vertically and horizontally, there's different thresholds for the camera to move after the player. So let's see. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 between this. How much is here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it's moving you back 6, which doesn't trip the eye in terms of camera movement. Okay, so let me take this. 1, 2. Let's take this and put it into here, and we'll see if it works as intended. Grab it from the testing room. Grab exactly what we have in the testing room. We'll test it out really quick. And that'll be the end of stream. Because we'll be done with stream after this. Because we are kind of like at the end of stream. We did somehow get through 4 hours of me working on a game. So, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. Damn, time flew. Yeah, no, I was cruising all stream. This stream very much flew by. I think it was because I had like a general goal in mind, and I think that was because like I think it was that I felt like this was a very like, okay, yeah, let's figure this out kind of stream. But yeah, today I was gonna do more of these. I probably will do more as we get further in. I will try my best to like I will warn everybody as we get further in the game. It will be like spoilers for the game, obviously, especially if I'm working on let's see, if I'm working on parts of the game that are like, you know, obviously story heavy. I'll probably do level design in this way because I think that'd be pretty fun, is doing level design with this. All right, so that works out very well. Very cool. Alrighty. Okay, let me stretch really quick. Oh, jeez. Okay. So, I'll wait till the ad break's over. But basically, yeah, I think I'll be doing more of these. I'll probably do them as like a dev diary sort of thing. Seeing what I can get done on... I'll see what because what I want to do is be able to work on... I think level design will probably be what I do. Like, general level design will be what I do on streams, if I can help it. Because I think doing artwork will be... I'm not really sure how I do art on stream. I think sticking to level design stuff might be good, but we'll see. We'll see though. I think doing dev diary stuff will be good though. I think people really like to see that. Because this was like 4 hours of me working on this, so I'll try my best to fit in more when I can. I think what it might be is... What we'll do is we'll do every... Well, we're playing Metroid Prime next on Sundays. And that might take more than one stream, depending on how well things go. I think it's probably going to take like 2 or 3, if I had to guess. Because I think Metroid Fusion took 2, so Prime will probably take 2 or 3. So it could be that we do Metroid Prime and then 2 Sundays after that. And then we'll do another one then. Because by then I'll probably have another... like a whole different part of the game to work on stream. And that'll be pretty cool to do. So, and that'll give me time to do all the writing and event stuff at that point. That'll probably be good. I should probably check something really quick though. I did not do lights up here. That's kind of sad. Let me grab, I'll do lights really quick so I can, while I'm thinking of it, because I don't want that to be left in the dust. So, here. But I think that'd be a capital idea, as they say. Do more of these, because I think this would be a lot of fun. I think it would be a great time to do more game design streams, because it gives me a chance to get what you guys are feeling about the game. Because I think this is the best feedback I can get, is just asking you guys like, hey, what do you guys think of this? Asking like, how is this looking? How's this feeling? Stuff like that. And I think this is gonna be fantastic. I think the game's gonna go great, but we'll see. So yeah, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. So this week is still Legend of Dragoon and Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, and then this next Sunday we're gonna start Metroid Prime. I think I'm probably gonna run the Switch remastered version, just for ease of setup and stuff. I do have the GameCube version, like the original, but I think I'd like to play the remaster just because I'd like to treat myself, and also I'd like to see if it feels the same as my memory holds of the original. So we'll see. Alrighty, so I'm gonna throw up the screen blocker. We're gonna raid out. So we're gonna, I wanted to guarantee myself that I would raid out today because I haven't done so. I didn't do so on Thursday. I was very bad about that. Though that is much more because I was very tired and I was being cognizant of my health. So I went and slept. Let's see. My boy Emeraldo's on. Some other people on. Where do I go? Doing game dev stuff. Where do I go to keep the... Somebody's playing Golden Sun the Lost Age. See, audio's off. Let me check something real quick. Well, I have a moment. I could raid over there. That'd be nice. Alrighty. Alright, so I'm gonna call it for now. We're gonna raid out. So Brain, work with me here. You can find somewhere to go. Where did it go? And we'll go raid Rissa. I guess I'll go raid Rissa Rambles. I think that'd be good. Alright. So now and whenever I see you guys, bye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.